Is that something new that's from the federal government?
And it wasn't in the previous years, that's what spotted it here for.
Okay, so that's one of those accounts in check. It's one of those accounts that is both, part of, capital and part of operating. It looks like I budgeted under operating in 2026. It was previously budgeted under capital. I believe that is to be the Nord's funding for 114,486.
Be for which?
Nord's funding. What's this Nord stand for?
Northern Ontario something. It was a 5-year funding program. That's what we used to do the town line bridge. But we have the funding for, I think it's for at least 5 years. There's calls for it to be longer, but that's our portion, unspent portion for the next year.
It's one of those, we have 5 or 6 revenue accounts that can be both capital or operating. And it appears that I budgeted operating this year when last year was budgeted in capital. That's why you're not seeing any comparisons on the operating budget.
Okay.
It is on a capital budget.
I'm thinking only be used for specific things.
I'm not 100% familiar with the terms of the Nord's funding, to be honest with you.
I'm pretty sure they can all be used for specific.
We did-
For certain items, yeah.
We did use it.
We have to we do have to declare what projects we're using it for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move to expenses. I'm gonna go through it in sections. There's no sense doing line by line. If we can do it section by section, it'll make it a little quicker. So the first section of the Finance and Economic Development Committee. If you want to update those looks,
Yes, they did.
okay.
So, yeah, turn your attention to the screen real quickly. This 23,000 number is going to increase by 13,000 to reflect the fact that our benefits were not being properly captured. So now that that line that previously said 23 is now saying 36,000.
All right, we've added a new account.
Highlight that yellow for you there.
Okay, we've added a new account, EDO training. Sarah, our new EDO, has indicated that she would like to, there's some training modules that she would like to participate in, and I thought it was a great idea, so we've added some EDO training. Most everything else is fairly similar. Is there any questions on the economic development portion of that? Okay, we'll move on to the small airport and planning. You can see those. Is there any questions on that section?
Sorry, which one?
The next section, total airport and planning board.
Sorry.
I'm going section by section.
Okay, no, I know.
So there's no sense doing specific
Okay, no.
line items one by one.
No.
So we're on page 7 of 40. And the second one, the total airport and planning board for a total budget of 54,000 for that.
Denise, why do we give Corn Bay Airport 9,000? What about Manitoulin East Airport?
Traditionally, we have not supported Manitoulin East. That's supported by NEMI and Asiganak. We've always supported Manitoulin West. That's been like that since as long as I've been here. So there's been no direction from council as to changing that out.
There's never been a request either
That's right,
from
Manitoulin East.
West. It's always been the Senate.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to the next section, the building inspection.
Let me just jump in real quick.
Okay,
So 31,000 under Merck's for the building inspection. That is being change. We're adding 14,000 to that. That's going to be for both the building inspector and the junior building inspector once hired. And as well, we go down to the building inspector slash bylaw. Bylaw enforcement works. Down over here where it says 15,000, we're adding another 6.5 into that. So now should read going from the top, 130,000, then 45,000. That number was changed. And the second last number on that line should now say 21,500.
Okay, so what's
Any
the-
questions on that? I'll highlight those two.
What's the new total for the bottom for the total building inspection?
Total building inspection, new total is 298,000 even.
Okay, is there any questions on that section?
Yeah, just Adam, why the jump or like, that would be a standard amount that we received, and now it's more,
For what?
right, for the MERC.
Okay, so what happened was that our benefits were being miscoded in the past. They were being put to a liability account and not being expensed. We noticed that this year when we were looking at our cost. This was last week. Denise and I stumbled across it. Denise more than I. And we realized that it had not been budgeted for last year as a budgeting error. It had not been expensed in 2025. So we're making the correcting journal entry to get the thing expensed in 2025. And accordingly, we should be budgeting for 2026. So it was a budgeting error that we discovered. It was the fact that we have paid the amount, fine, but it just went into a liability account as opposed to being shown on the expenses. So our expenses are understated by, like I said, what they say, $14,000 and another $6,500. Our expenses were understated in 2025, and we should be reflecting that in our 2026 budget.
So Adam, is this a catch up from years before, or do we expect that kind of percentage on MERC going forward?
We should be expecting that percentage on MERC going forward.
Not that much of an.
It's not that much of a, not that much,
Year over
no,
year.
just the fact that something was miscoded and should have been there the whole time, and it just wasn't. So we found our error, following our sword, we found the error, but we're going to, going forward, we're gonna make sure it's budgeted correctly and expensed correctly. We found an error, we solved the problem. Can't go back and fix it retroactively, but
The amounts that we budget for per employee for health benefits is approximately 700 per month per employee. And that was originally when the thing was set up, the employees paid it themselves. So it went into a liability account, once it came off the employee's check, and we remitted it back to our insurance provider for that.
at that point, it was not a municipal expense, it's an employee expense, so it never showed up in our financials.
So when we switched over to count or the municipality covering the majority of the costs of the health benefits, the accounting wasn't taken out of that liability account. It was still posting from payroll to the liability account. And when we were looking at, we're actually in the process of renegotiating the health benefits. We went to a new, what they call that?
Provider?
Not a new provider, new broker.
Broker, yeah.
We engaged a new broker, the brokers went out, they found us a whole bunch of new quotes. It looks like our cost should lower by $20,000 over this year, so we have done some work in ensuring that our benefit cost stays as low as we possibly can. But like I said, in the whole overview of the benefits package, we realized that the benefits were still just sitting in a liability account because that's what was paid from, and it wasn't being expensed properly. So we figured out what the expense would be for 2025. We're making that correction to the 2025 expense accounts. They're not shown on your sheet, but when you get your final good copy for the year end and for our budget, it will show the proper expense amounts for the benefits. And so going forward, budgeting the correct amount for this fiscal year so that council knows the cost of the employee benefits.
And like I said, it's gonna affect literally every department we have salaries in, because it's a global mistake that happened on literally everybody's benefits, so literally every department that has salary is gonna have a change in their mercs.
Do we have any questions with respect to the total building inspection portion?
The other thing I want to just add to what Adam has indicated there, you're looking at your MERT or the EDO, for instance, it was 15,023. It went to 19,024, but then dropped to half that to 10,025. So that's the correction he's talking about that has to be corrected. And the 23 plus the 13 will bring 26 into perspective.
And the reason why the projected drops so much in 2025 is because we didn't have an EDO. Because that used to be, Allison and Marcus, and we didn't have a Marcus for probably 9 months of that year. So that's why that number, that 10,000 number is artificially low. So total, what is the total for the Finance and Economic Development Committee now
Total for the full committee is
on the page?
594,700. 594,700.
Okay. Moving on, page 8. Office and Administration Committee, General Government, is there any questions on that first section, council portion?
What's the adjustment on the MERC there?
There is none. Because council doesn't have benefits, so.
We're just workers, we don't get any benefits.
That's right, I forgot about that.
Goes to show you, we don't give it, they don't give it.
We're only 2%.
Not even holiday.
All right, we'll move to the next section, the general administration. Let's just deal with the numbers on page 8. And then we'll move on to page.
Where, yeah, this is the question. Yeah. Bank service charges. Is there any way we can decrease those somehow?
No,
The majority of the bank service charges come from Visa and MasterCard.
I know.
So the one way we could is basically just saying we won't accept credit card payments.
Which will just totally devastate people.
It will, because I would say
about 35% of all of our payments are by credit. card.
easily, yeah.
Is there somehow we can do like give incentive to people not to use their credit card? And is there anything like you know what, that irks me to no end. I'm sorry. I did this for 28 years and credit card, like when the bills came in,
And it's not just them either, because I mean, we're also getting eaten up by every time somebody makes a payment by Interact, or not by Interact, on a computer or on EFT.
you
Bank
transfer.
by e-transfer,
Thank you.
but those are relatively low.
Those are a lot lower, but
Yeah.
every month I'm getting Scotiabank charges, RBC charges. We deal with Bank of Montreal. We're getting charges from every financial institution that, somebody goes online and pays their bill online.
Yeah.
We're getting a check bank charge for it.
And the thing is the amount that we're charged is dependent on the payment amount. So like,
Percentage.
it's a percentage, so if, somebody pays 5,000 in tax bill on their credit card, well, the amount that we're charged for that transaction is a lot more than somebody paying $100 on their credit card. Cause the fee that we get is based on the transaction amount.
Yeah, a lot of businesses, and I've met 4 businesses in town, but all over, are charging 2.5 or 3% if you use your card. And if it's convenient, people will use their card and pay the 2.5, 3%.
What's the difference between charging them 2.5% to 3% or recouping 2.5% or 3% in terms of their taxes? Either way, we're recouping the money, whether or not we charge somebody 2.5% or 3%, or we recoup it through the budget process.
Now.
Either way, we're getting it back.
One of the reasons why that may not be a good option for us as well is, say you come in to pay your taxes and your taxes are $1,000 and we say, okay, well, there's a 2% card. So now you've got to pay 1,020. But on our end, when we go to enter that, instead of having one entry of $1,000, now we have two entries because we have $1,000 in taxes and we have $20 in accounts receivable. So anybody using credit card, even though it's convenient for them and they have to pay a little bit extra, we now have a double entry that, I mean, in the amount of entries that we do now overwhelms staff as it is with the amount of entries that we have. And so doubling basically all the payments that are made by credit card, basically doubles the entries for those.
And we'd have to go into two different systems. We'd have to go into the tax system to the tax piece, and we'd have to go into the receivable system to the receivable piece, and we have to make sure it all marries up.
And yeah, when you break down and then you have to reconcile it, you'll have one day of Moneris, that will be, the tax portion might be, 7,800. And then the accounts receivable portion that is attached to the deposits from that tax portion. So it's a lot harder to reconcile.
Is it possible? Anything is possible. It'd be messy, very messy.
There'd be a lot more staff work required. Should we add on that administration fee?
Just roughly how much of the 60,000 would be credit card expense? Just a guess.
I would probably say a good 45,000 of that.
All the online booking software too is all on credit card payments now, so it's instant payment.
Yeah.
So there's no hold waiting for payment. We have it online, you book, you pay, immediately we get paid. We're not waiting for payment or trying to track people down for payment.
It's easier.
I agree.
There is a cost of doing business, unfortunately. If you want, the other side is that you have people who won't pay or will delay payment or whatever, just because I was gonna do it if it would have been convenient, but now it's not convenient, so I'll do it at a different time, or I forget to do it, or whatever.
Can staff do it? Yes, staff can do it. Will it be messy for us and it will be more difficult for staff? Yes, it will be very messy and it will be difficult to reconcile in the end.
Would 45,000 be worthwhile to farm that out to do that paperwork?
It's not like you'd save the whole 45.
No,
You'd be saving some of it.
it's a huge amount for using a credit card. A lot of people are just using it for the points.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, that,
that's, anyways. If I use a credit card, I'm happy to pay the extra too.
well,
Because I was in business and I know what it cost me per year.
it wouldn't relieve the amount of the charge on the bank. What it would do is would just add another revenue stream that would offset that bank charge.
Yeah, so we're always gonna be showing that $60,000 at the expense. We just have an offsetting revenue account, like Nick says. And I mean, the bottom line is that because our next year's taxes are gonna be based off this year's expenses. Whether we charge the individual 2% this way or charge it through the taxes, either way, we're recouping the money.
Is
Either
that
way.
something you wish a staff report on?
I don't know.
Not gonna change it.
They say no. I think they're taking the school of the insurance companies. They're smart.
Explain why we would need $30,000 to hold an election.
We're gonna be lucky if we get away with $30,000. No, because DataFix themselves, DataFix is the company that we use that handles the mail-in voting. Our expenses for them are gonna be well over 20,000. Plus we'll have to pay election workers to come in and work on election day or even advanced voting days. So it will be 30,000 will hopefully cover everything.
And pizza.
Thank you. And Linda, don't spend any more money on campaigning.
That isn't in that 30,000 then.
Okay, just as a note, I'm adding again to the Mercs, 31,500. So that would be their administration work is currently sitting 89,000, so I'm gonna add plus 31,500. So that brings that total up to 120,500. And that section now has a total of 1,025,200. That's 1,025,200.
Is there any other questions on the rest of that section before we move on?
Just advertisement, Denise, is
Mhm.
there any way we can cut that out back?
Well,
To what? I mean, we're spending over $7,000 every year for the last 3 years. They're asking for 85. It's not a big increase. And I can tell you right now, before we even talk, we have a receptionist we have to advertise for. We have a junior building official we're gonna be advertising for. We have a project manager position we're gonna be advertising for. That's not accounting for any staff that may leave that we'd have to advertise for, plus any normal advertising. We're not asking for,
Okay, but it's young generation that you're hiring, I assume, and they're all on their little cell phones. Do they even look at the paper? Do they even have the paper?
Person started Monday, he found the job through newspaper.
You're kidding.
Yeah, 26 years old.
Okay,
Doesn't have social media.
all right, I rest my case.
I was like, oh, okay, guess we're putting it in the newspaper.
and you know what? The fact is, I mean, I talked to Hunter
Yeah,
and I talked to Hunter about Facebook. He was like, I don't know Facebook. Facebook's for old people. That's honestly, he's 14 years old. And that's what he says. Facebook is for old people.
okay.
Yeah, they're all on TikTok and
Yeah.
whatever those.
So-
are.
well, and the truth of it is too, we're talking about a total budget in this section of 1,025,000. And we're talking about trying to cut down from 8,500 to 7,500. I mean, we're just trying to save $1,000 off of $1 million budget at this point on that one section. I'm not sure what gains can be made on that, to be honest with you.
Hey, you've got the only change there was just one, so what's the total then for your budget for 26?
For the total general administration section,
Oh, the total for office and then,
total for office and admin is 1,125,200. So that's 1,125,200.
good, thanks,
Okay, is anybody, are we done with this? We can move on?
Sorry, for total office and administration, the grand total for that section is 1,125. This is, that line with everyone, the grand total.
That work out too. That's what I like.
Yeah.
I like. Nothing wrong.
The total percentage is 4.11%.
All right, let's move on to page 10. I'm going for this. Road. All right, well, we have Ron here, so you definitely can ask him any questions. Let's start on the total roads vehicles. And is there any questions on that section?
11%, that's pretty high.
Minus 25 is pretty nice.
Getting any new equipment, Ron, have you got anything on the list?
For capital, I have a pickup truck and a tractor.
We'll have a bit more, gasoline expenses.
Well, no, we normally change equipment out.
You're gonna give another one to, Dave, then, says he getting an extra one?
If I may, Denise, I believe the trickle down would come into bylaw and CBO is where the trickle down would come into.
We no longer have that caravan, eh?
No.
Then we take that off of it.
They
Well-
can't, it's gotta stay on the books.
And we have to because it has stuff that
It has-
affects previous budgets. So once it disappears and it's an all zero line, it will come off budget.
Then maybe the fire department could use it for practice.
Okay, so there is no questions on that first section. We'll move on to the roads maintenance. Do we have any questions on that section?
Ron, we've dealt with the Sandfield fuel.
Yes.
the increase. You're good? The other, Ron, road surface treatment, 413, and you've got a list of the surface treatments. Now, just wondering about the Holmes, Young, Gibraltar Franks, their monument. I know that Ketchum, Crookham and Coventry are also in the capital.
Oh, we're not on that section yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, construction, right, sorry.
We're only on the road maintenance portion, so that's the bottom of page 10 and the top of page 11.
Question for Ron, Denise?
Yeah.
Ron, you've got, sanding and snow plowing, and let me get 65 for that. I'm looking at the winter. And you brought that down from 125.
So basically that kind of represents from, I guess, from November to December 31st type of thing.
Okay.
Adam and I, again, the same thing, we did, I know with last year, we did have to buy some more, and actually with this year, I have another 600 meters. They're actually delivering of sand again today. But again, that will be reflective for 2026 up until December. I believe that's how that worked, how we figured that out, correct, Adam?
Yeah, we have some stuff in reserve that we didn't use, at the end of 2025. We're budgeting basically for Ron to get one load of sand for 65 grand, and that would be,
One ship, like one, yeah.
and that should. From a budget perspective, we believe that's gonna be enough sand to get them through, and if it's not, then it's still gonna be another bill on top of that then.
What you're saying is that we got some undeclared inventory? Like over from previously.
Correct, we don't do any inventory management, we don't set any aside in the prepaid, it was decided, and one of our last council meetings that, if I remember correctly, that it would be very confusing and inconsistent to start doing that kind of thing now. So, yes, we do have some undeclared inventory, and we didn't, put it on the balance sheet as opposed to expensive. So that's what's carrying over.
Okay, are we all completed road maintenance? Okay, we'll move on to roads miscellaneous. Do we have any questions for Ron for that section?
I'd like to start by dealing with the Mercs, if you don't mind. if that's
Yeah,
all right.
okay.
Okay, so the Mercs on this one, is gonna be, right now, we're looking at 114,000 before adjustment. I'm adjusting by 47,300. That brings the total of that line to 161,300. And a total for that section of 967,000 even, so 967 even.
What's the percentage?
For roads miscellaneous, that percentage is now 10.83.
All right, is there any other questions with respect to that section? Okay, moving on, construction. Dale, you had a question?
Yeah, Ron, road surface treatment, quite a number of roads, I'm just wondering. I know Ketchum, Crookham and Coventry, they're already in capital, but the homes, all the rest of them, how much, surface treatment do they need? Like I'm thinking Gibraltar and Young Street. I'm wondering. how
So-
much that-
Ketchum Cookham, the reason there's two in there, I think, I don't know if they got taken, the one Ketchum Cookham we had talked about taking out of, just for cost savings. Out of capital, I apologize, I'll look at that, anyways. So the construction or capital part that we were looking at was from Old Highway out past Idle Glen out to Highway 551. The part that is in for operating is Ketchum Cookham from Old Highway basically up to the government dock. It's getting pretty broken up and beaten up in there, just needs a single layer, for operation purposes. Coventry, again, that is an operation. If I do have it in, again, because we'll probably be doing a little bit of gravel work to support it, lift it up. But again, that's where Coventry comes in. Home Street, there is a little bit of culvert work. It's breaking up and heaving down in the lower section of it. Young Street, again, it is just in program, I believe, I can't remember how exactly offhand, but the bottom section that hasn't been done, again, it's just in a rotation to make sure so that Young Street doesn't have to be done as a whole entire section from top to bottom. We just do it in stages and we've missed it out. Well, we haven't included it the last couple of years. So again, this is just where the bottom, I believe 2 kilometers or whatever of Young Street would be brought into. Gibraltar was again sections. Frank's, there was from Silver Bay going down to the stop sign. It's getting broken up going through the forest or woods or whatever. Learmont, that whole entire road needs construction, but that's not a cost that, so at this point, we just wanna put a surface treatment on to save what we have. Learmont is just all wonky and out of shape. But yeah, it's not something. And then, the same thing with Monument, there's just again, a stretch in there that we just to complete, going out past, Rock Glen, I believe it is out that way.
There's 268,000 in the capital for Ketchum and Coventry, so there may be. Now that just says road projects, and this one says road surface. I'm not sure if there's an over.
So again, the Catch and Cookham, the capital, I have taken those, because we had, priority of projects, you know, priority of 1, 2, and 3 type of thing. I had taken them out of capital, just because of the cost involved there. Again, Coventry, I do apologize for not, been aware of that previous to this. But yeah, Coventry, it's getting pretty broken up in pretty tough shape as well. They do need, at least a surface treatment on them, sure.
Ron, I think, I heard a whispered thing from Derek. Can you please explain the difference between maintenance work and capital work and why you're supposed to do some under one and some under the other?
So Catch and Cookham that I would want to do construction on, the section from Old Highway out to Highway 551 is, it needs culvert work. It's very, it's not level. It needs to be reshaped. It needs ditching. It needs gravel. It needs to be built up. It's just out of shape. It's not, yeah, it has no, it's very bumpy and, the culverts are heaving, and when you're on it, you feel, there's some places you feel like you're actually wanting to go towards the lake. Keeps the speed down.
No, so what I was asking is, what is your rationale for maintenance versus capital?
Why did you choose?
Why is some of this work maintenance considered and why is it capital?
So
I think maybe council isn't understanding.
the other section of Ketchum, which is from Old Highway out to the government dock, it's fine. It's just the previous surface treatment that is there is breaking up. It's becoming potholed, and we can just reseal it with one single layer of surface treatment. And that is the maintenance. That is just maintaining what we have. We don't need to do anything extra other than a layer of bitumen with the tar and chip in it. Where the construction comes in is when we want to reshape, ditch. There is more work to prep the road before we put a new layer of surface treatment on it.
And so that would be considered capital.
One's more of a repairs and maintenance, one's more of a big overhaul construction project. Big overhaul construction projects, I believe Ron is putting towards capital.
Yes,
The stuff that he considers more repairs and maintenance to keep the roads in decent shape, there's a road that's already in not too bad shape, to keep it in good shape.
Yeah.
There's more repairs and maintenance.
Maintenance is again, just for, with the betterment, just to save the water intrusion. So the water doesn't get in there and freeze and break up and create more cracks and potholes.
Okay, well, we can always, once we finish the whole capital, move back to that line item. It isn't a big increase in that line item. So we can move back to it and discuss it at a later time if you want to continue to move on.
So with my adjustment, the new total for roads committee is 1,965,000.
Okay, hold on though. We haven't discussed the crush gravel.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were doing
So-
that whole construction stuff. I
No,
apologize.
it's not. There's something on the other page, yeah. So does anybody have any questions, for Ron with respect to the crushed gravel?
Again, a fairly big increase in what it has been in the previous years. 115 and 23, 110 and 24, and then 315 by the time it gets to 26.
Again, so that basically comes down to all the gravel roads, down, which we refer to as the bottom end or whatever, west of town here, again, Town Line, White Lake, Dial. We have some bedrock and just general maintenance of gravel roads that needs to be caught up out there as well. That is the cost of bringing those, again, those roads back up to, for grading and putting 2 or 3 inches of fresh gravel on top of that. That number, as council decides to fit the budget, I will choose which roads again, like Dial Road, it does have some, there's a few spots that it's actually got bedrock is showing in it as well. Lions Lane is another one that we've had some, needs to be brought up and dealt with as well. Again, it's only a short section. East Road, there's, East Road's in dire need of gravel. Again, as council sees fit, if that number is too much of an increase for 2026, I will work with accordingly with that budget number.
Mr. What's the liabilities if we don't? Because I know exactly what you're talking about, is that the gravel's basically gone on a lot of sections of those roads, the rock is coming up. And if we have accidents or anything on those roads, does that increase our liability because the road isn't at a standard that it should be at?
So again, the liability, we've been able to maintain them. It's not that they are in complete disrepair. It's just from the greater standpoint, we're breaking off teeth, we're hitting a lot of bedrock and rolling dust back and forth. It gets kind of hard to do a nice quality job that'll hold up for the season. Like I said, liability wise, we've been maintaining the roads as far as like they have been pothole free. I would say meeting standard. It's just there's an increased maintenance with them, the way they are currently.
There's only so much you can gravel or grade when you're
Correct.
on flat rock.
Yes.
Robert, all I'm gonna say is that people always complain about having to pay taxes, what do they get for their taxes? Everybody drives our roads. And we have really good roads, so I don't question this at all. As far as I'm concerned, go for it. It keeps everybody happy.
You do notice though, Rose, that we were, Ward 3 was referred to as the bottom end.
I know, he's right.
But if you look at the vast majority of the gravel that's going in, it is going into Sandfield Ward.
Yeah, at the bottom end, Linda.
We finally realized you were there.
I'm right. Well, you know what, if you smooth the stack enough, you'll get what you want, isn't that how it works, I'm sure? Thanks, Ron.
So what's the new total for the roads committee?
Brand new total for total roads committee 1,965,000. And that is a 26.88% increase.
We do have to do something here, Ron, but we haven't figured it out yet.
Well, we can always circle back to that at the end and look at them again.
One thing I would like to do, Denise, and you will agree with it, I'm sure, is that United Manitoulin Transportation Group could be taken off this next year's list. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's just in
It's
order to
there.
balance the 2023.
Yeah.
We had to keep
stay.
it on.
It has to stay on there for historical as of this year. Next year it's gone.
All right, let's move on to property. We have our maintenance provider here. He can answer any of our questions, so let's
And
go.
I'll start with the Mercs if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I'll get
so
those out of the
we'll do
way.
the first section.
Okay, so right now, the Mercs are for $70,000. I'm adding 35,200 to that. Plus 35,200. So that makes that total maintenance expense. 466,400, 5.71% increase.
466.
466,400.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any questions other than that on the first section of the expenses? Total maintenance expenses.
Are we gonna get that street light put up on Forest Road this year, Dave?
What street light on Forest Road?
Oh, we need a street light there at Forest Road.
There's a street
The
light.
mayor, when the mayor comes up from his
Oh.
office, he's coming across the road there, you can see.
So you want an extra, we'll get the capital if you want, we could.
No,
Richard, how about a headlamp?
So we need another one? I didn't know we needed another one. I haven't had a request from the public yet.
Headlamp is more operations.
Just a question on the computer purchase, is that part of that bulk purchase with the card?
No, so what that is, he's just showing the change from 2025 to 2026, why it's a drop. In 2025, we purchased a laptop for asset management work, and so that's why there's a reduction in, yeah. There's a lot of times there's council will ask, well, why is there a difference between this amount and this amount?
There was a bump
There
up in
was an increase in
2025.
25, normally there's not that much of an increase.
And
Normally
we
it's
went back
pretty
down in
consistent, right?
2026.
Yeah.
Difference is that in 2026, we're not purchasing a laptop. That's something we did in 2025.
I am happy to note here, just for council's attention, working with the road supervisor and working on the bulk fuel. We've been able to readjust our fuel savings from the fleet by able to buy in bulk and utilize the system right on site. Which is quite a cost savings measure. I mean, obviously, another change in the fuel prices have come down the last year and a half, right? So that's been a big change. We were originally buying fuel at the pump for $1.55. And we're now getting fuel in bulk right now. I think last week was $1.17. So you're saving almost 40 cents a liter. It's quite a large savings on multiple trips across the whole municipality, right?
And we're gonna be extending that same idea out to the fire department as well. We're gonna ask that they start to fill up over at the shed as well. It's also very convenient in terms of, well, it's the winter time and you're plowing roads you're plowing roads at 4 a.m. and if you don't have gas, it's easy to have gas when you own the gas. Have your own little gas pump as opposed to making sure you've got everything filled up the night before so you can run in the morning.
Security's good there as far as.
Yes. I've been tracking again with the gasoline, making sure that the switch is off, everything is locked at night. And with bill or invoices and billing or whatever, again, just numbers on the pump, we've been between 1 and 2 liters, out in variance between what I've tracked and the actual invoicing.
Now, there is an addition in capital with respect to the card lock.
Correct.
So that will help secure that even more.
Yeah.
And track.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then our fire departments, you never know when they're fighting a fire, but they will always then 24 hours a day have access to fuel instead of, wait for the corner store to open up or whatever.
Correct.
If,
Yep.
if
And do we have a delivery?
Automatic fill up. If it hits 70%, they bring a truck.
Yeah,
The-
but do we have I'm just thinking fire department, if they were Carter's Bay or wherever fighting a major fire, we have a truck then that could deliver directly to there.
I do have, the roads department does have a slip tank. If that ever came available, I would be more than willing. It is something I have done in the past at previous municipalities. Any hour of the night, structure fires, can't move, we get down there and, with a slip tank and fill them up.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea then to be able to switch everything over, so. Yeah, good.
Look, the cost savings on a per year basis alone is tracked up.
Obviously, we don't have as much fuel expense as them, but it will help us that we can go there anytime.
Yeah, no, it's good
And
for the
for
plan.
the cost savings, it'd be wise to do so.
We don't want you to have as much expense because that means you're quiet and that's what we want.
All right, so, there's no change to that next one, the street light maintenance.
Dave had indicated to me that there's a hydro component in there, and that's something I have not taken into consideration. When I was looking at it, so, the second line in there, lights, street, dock and park. But if you add about 20% onto the 18.5 number, you're now looking at 22,200. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in the budget.
That's based on the anticipated increase in the hydro costs.
Yeah. Yeah, and I did.
That's our hydro cost right now, so you're anticipating it going up or down?
Up, because we've been told that the hydro costs are increasing.
Yeah, so I only budgeted 18,500.
We're changing the LEDs. Which is,
They're LED, but there's still delivery costs going up.
But does that take into account any rebates coming back?
Yes, because the hydro cost is 29%, but the rebates went up by 78%. The rebates are always a lot smaller than the actual delivery charge and everything else. So by the time you factor in the 29% increase
And then the rebate.
in the increased rebate, turns out to be an approximate 19 and change percent increase. I call it 20 to 1.
doesn't matter, they got you anyway.
The only,
So what-
the only change from 24 to 25 was we added one additional streetlight at the Sparrow's Nest.
Yeah.
So we added more levels of service, but as you can see naturally, the hydro costs are going up on.
Well, we're saving money down the road here, right? Richard's like,
And yeah,
Wait, so what's the total of
The
that section now?
total streetlight expense is now 26,200. Sorry. Oh, sorry, 24.76% there.
Okay. So let's move on to the old school expenses. I should that 180 be in water, or should that be in the hydro? Because they.
It says,
part of the hydro,
it says $15 rebate per month,
for the hydro, right?
sure. It doesn't much matter, it's a flat $15 a month charge, but against hydro, it's very easy to put it.
Anyway, so there's, so let's move on to Spring Bay Hall. Is there any questions with respect to the Spring Bay Hall? Okay, moving on to Providence Bay Hall then. Okay.
Hydro's your big issue there.
yeah, I'd just like to point out to the council's attention. We updated the furnace to an electric furnace with backup propane in 2025. It was one of the capital projects. And so you are seeing already an adjustment in the cost of the furnace flow. There's be two 500-gallon furnace tanks supplying that furnace. And so you are seeing a reduction in the fuel, but an increase in hydro, but if you look at the difference, it is actually savings. Not a lot, but.
Yeah, similar.
And that also includes running air conditioning for the whole summer, because that's when it was installed by June. So we actually had the AC, it's set to 60 degrees, and so.
But it's pretty expensive if you look at 24, which is just a couple of years ago. And it's currently being forecasted exactly twice that amount for this next year.
Twenty twenty-four actuals, if you add the hydro and the fuel together, you're looking at $8,100 actual. Projected for 2025, you add those two together, you're looking at 259. And your projected, your budget for 2026, if you add both the fuel and the hydro together, you're looking at 11,500. So basically, you went from $8,000, $8,100 in 2024 up to 13,500 budgeted for 26. So has it gone up? Yes, but hydro costs have gone up as well in that same period. So it's one of those situations where you have to look at the two accounts in tandem because they kind of balance with each other.
Okay, moving on to the next one, if there's no other questions.
Need a break, Ron? Should we take a break? Then just one.
Providence Bay Arena. Do we have any questions for that section?
Just one, Adam. With the hydro, the actual plus 20%. Now, does that, can you reflect that back into the amount in the budget? It's not, or have you already done that with it?
I took the $10,000 actual amount and added 20% to it to come up with that 2026 budget amount.
All right.
That's what I mean when I'm saying actual plus 20%. I took a look at what the 2025, what I was projecting as my final number. I bumped that by 20%.
Right. Now Adam, there's been questions about hydro and other expenses of the arena if the ice doesn't go in for the winter. So that would be starting in, no, that wouldn't start until December. So it really won't affect 26. No, that's right.
Right. It'd be 1 month of hydro.
No, you're misunderstanding. The arena opens December 1st. You still start the ice plant the 15th of November,
Yeah.
right? You still have 2 months of hydro.
Your hydro savings would be in the plant hydro line. And that would be like 2 months of, well, sorry. That $12,200 basically is over a 6-month period because you're collecting your data. You're not getting any real ice plant hydro usage between April and October, September, whenever. I guess you said November, you start making ice.
Yeah.
So it's really like a 5 or 6 month period that you're accumulating that whole $12,200. So, and you're incurred, let's assume it's even hydro every month that is open. So let's say two months of that you'd save 2.6 of, so 1/3 of the $12,000. That'd be about a $4,000 savings off the top of my head if you close the ice plant. I get that, and it doesn't account for the fact that you still have to have hydro going through the building.
It's a different line item, Don.
No, you're right. That hydro that goes to the building normal is the $11,000 on top of it. And that would be reduced still because, you wouldn't be using the arena that much in the winter time, so that would still be reduced. But that would be in existence, where the ice plant would stop being in existence after 2026, that piece.
Well, the one thing, just for clarity, part of the plant, Providence Bay Arena Hydro, is because we now have a fully functioning electric hot water tank and electric furnace that supplies the dressing rooms. So if you're not running dressing rooms and hot water in that side of the building, you can probably cut that by half. So between that and the plant hydro alone, you're probably saving 15,000. Also, the other thing to note is there hasn't really been any direction from council to staff on what we're doing with decommissioning or not funding. The $15,000 we have under plant equipment maintenance, I start servicing the ice servicer the 1st of September. I order my ice paint in April for the fall. So like I have ongoing expenses that I have to start planning for operations if we're gonna operate that facility come November 1st. So without having any clear direction from council, staff felt we're just gonna leave this as is till we get what we're doing. I'm waiting on a price right now from one of my service providers, Northland. They're estimating the cost to decommission the waste plant right now about 30,000. That would be to remove the calcium out of the floor, remove the ammonia out of the plant, chiller and compressor. The brine would be repurposed for the roads department. We're waiting on a brine analysis, but that 5,000 gallons of brine could actually be used for dust control. They would put nitrogen, excuse me, in the compressor and be capped. They would keep brine in the chiller, excuse me, and it would be capped. That compressor can be capped under nitrogen for 10 years and saved for further projects. The brine pump is salvageable. It could be repurposed for the Mid-Des-Moines Arena. The glycol loop could be repurposed and used in the Mid-Des-Moines Arena. But yeah,
And that cost, Dave, would be 30,000,
the decommission right now, yeah.
right? So it's not moving any equipment, it's just doing the tapping.
Everything would be capped, yeah, the floor would be pumped clean and dry, it would be pressurized, there'd be nothing in the floor. When we get into capital, which is down the road, but one of the items is the low E ceiling. You would have the savings by not having to put the low E ceiling back in, if that building's gonna be as a 3-season building.
Did we get an answer back from the insurance company?
No, not yet.
Well, why wouldn't we put the low ceiling back in because it helps with sound control and heating?
Doesn't make a difference for heating in the summer.
It does, so. If it keeps it warmer in the winter or cooler in the winter, it keeps it better than the other. I mean, it's like saying put your long johns on or don't put your long johns on. I don't mind having people make comments, but make comments that make sense.
Okay, let's move on.
Right, is there any more questions with respect to that building?
Are we just barely refunding it the same as?
No.
Yeah, we're going to leave the funds in there until such time as we make a decision, one way or the other, and we still have some reviews to be made. I just received a letter today with a $15,000 annual paying of the hydrophil.
Thank you, Richard. So we'll leave that in as is for 2026. And we will move on to the Mid-Des-Moines Hall. Do we have any questions with respect to the expenses projected for the Mid-Des-Moines Hall?
Just to think, I'm always insurance, just think 16.36% is too high. But we've got higher ones than that.
Now, yeah, I mean, that's 16%. Is that budget over budget or is that actual?
Budget over actual. I think it's budget over budget.
Well, I was projecting $12,362.76 based off the insurance bill that we got in 2025. And I increased the actual by how was that divided by that? 4%. I gave a 4% increase on the insurance over what we actually paid, not what we budgeted. So you're right, when it says change in budget is 16.36%. We budgeted low we budgeted 11,000, the actual came in at 12,362. So it made sense for me to take a look and say, okay, 12,000, if we increase that by a percentage, let's call it 4, because I didn't have a better number at the time. And I still don't actually have a much better number. I increased insurance by 4% on that, off the actual fees that we paid. So the 16, well, it says 16 is a little misleading, but it tends to be pointing more to a budget error last year than the actual versus new budget. I
So,
say budgeting error, but I mean, you know, but
because we've had claims in there, are we anticipating another hike? In the insurance there?
But we've got our numbers in,
Yeah,
um,
so they haven't posted the, cause what, we've had 2 claims there now, eh?
no, they said that there would be no big boost to the insurance. In fact, we've got our quote firm for the automobile portion, and that's actually decreased from previous year. So, Linda's still firming up the total quote for us.
But like, I mean, Mr. Mayor, like we've seen before, Dale. Every year it seems to change. This building will be high, then that building's high, then this one's high, then that one's high. So I don't think really insurance has any idea of where the numbers are going. I know we sure as heck don't, so. What we think is high insurance this year could be the lowest insurance next year, and another building could be the highest. Depends on where they code it to.
Yeah, but overall. Insurance is going up, obviously, we know that every
Yeah.
year, but it's going up. A lot, and then I would take a look at the actual of 24 and the actual of 25, and that's to the penny. And if we look at that as a percentage, I understand that. That budget is just budget. But if you do a percentage on that, I know it's less than 16, but
13%.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, so we're not gonna do any better. We probably will be around the 16% come when the figures drop.
Now, the insurance lady, Kalinda, at the last meeting when she was on presentation, did say that the market was softening and they had some purchasing power. So what they were, the insurance companies weren't gonna be able to jack us the way they have been the last couple of years. That being said, is it gonna increase? Of course, it's gonna increase. It's insurance. It's gonna increase. Do we have any idea what it's going to increase by? No. Is 4% probably a little bit low? Probably. But I had to pick a number, so I took the cost of living and just went with that. But I'm in the same boat as you. I don't really have any idea where it's going at this particular point, so I had to pick something. I actually think it might be a little on the low side, Dale, to be honest with you. I mean, as a pure 4% over last year's expense, can I see insurance increasing more than 4%? Yeah, probably.
But you need a number and
I used a number.
move forward, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
So-
fair. You have a question?
Well, I was just gonna say, it doesn't matter, insurance is gonna go up. Like, I'm not sure where everybody thinks it's not. It's like.
And more importantly, I'm not sure what we can do about it.
Nothing.
So shopping.
The only,
Well, we just shopped through a broker. We got, like, we went through a broker to get better rates and see what we can do. And like we saw in the presentation the other day, it's still going up, but it's softening a bit, so.
instead of going up 10%, it's going up maybe 4 or 5, so. Still going up, but it's not as fast.
Yes, so we can smile about that, I guess.
All right, so is there any more questions on the Minimoy Hall? If not, we can move on to the Minimoy Arena. All right, you have any questions with respect to the Minimoy Arena?
So I just have a comment just for Adam. I don't know where their notes went. There's a request from Minor Hockey Association to extend the hockey season by 3 weeks into the month of March. So we have actually put in the budget, additional hydro of. Find where we did it, Adam.
We put in $500 for propane for March operations. It's under, as part of that $10,500 number under arena supplies and services.
That wasn't the only thing though. We had additional hydro and heating. Let me find it. We had an additional $500 for arena hydro. We had an additional $3,600 for plant hydro, and that's before that 20% increase.
I'm not sure why that is not in my budget any longer. Are you sure it's not part of the 11,000, Dave?
I was gonna check it. Where are we now?
15%, 45%.
Yeah, it is now there. It's been adjusted.
Okay, so that's already.
Yeah, so that increase is including that extra 3 weeks of operations. They wanna have the ice in until the 25th of March.
So yeah, if they don't use March, that hydro cost, for the plant hydro and just for regular arena hydro will go down a little bit. Also, the $500 in propane for supplies and services will go down by $500. Project.
Playoffs are scheduled the 26th, 27th, 28th of February and March 1st. There's nothing currently booked after the March 1st. We have an agreement with minor hockey that if there's gonna be any ice time after March 1st, it'll be direction from council with approval of the budget, and it'll be in writing between the municipality and the minor hockey association,
Weather permitting.
subject to weather. So,
Weather permit, yeah, I was gonna say weather permitting, because these costs could actually skyrocket if we have a very warm March,
in,
which we've had before.
2025, March the 5th, the arena flooded out again, just like it did in January.
So yeah, if it floods, then I mean, if we have the same flooding issue that we had a couple weeks back, then it doesn't matter what the agreement says. You can't play hockey.
Minor hockey has said though that they would, in their contract, agree to, I believe it's 17 hours of ice time a week for the 3 weeks. So 17 hours every week for the 3 weeks, whether they use it or not, they'll pay for it. Just because they want to have extra practices and programming and just the select.
So they are prepared to pay.
They will pay the extra 3 weeks, yes. Good. All right, I think the only question.
Yeah, so hypothetical, if Proud Ice stays in, they go until mid-March, right?
Province till the 1st of April.
1st of April.
All the programming, like if the playoffs end March 1st, all the programming could run at a Providence Bank. And you'd have cost savings.
They're not playing games.
No, just
So,
practice.
so they can have practice.
Yeah.
So I just don't, and you know, we used to have, public skating during the March break, but they can do that in if there's ice.
Yeah, probably operating because the McAllister 4-on-4 is the last weekend of March.
Yeah, so I don't understand a full 3 week. I just don't understand.
Yeah, that was their request.
So-
I don't think from an operational standpoint, I don't think it's needed. I don't think it's a good move. I think it's duplication of services. When the playoffs are done, I think the arena should close and any programming should just be shifted over to Providence Bay. That from an operational standpoint.
That can be a discussion in property.
Yeah. But I mean, we're discussing the set of the budget now, right? So.
But again, I want to make sure that we're not excluding anybody from those discussions.
Right.
Which means if we're discussing it, we don't discuss it among ourselves, bring in the hockey club to be part of it.
As well as maybe our community center board, which runs a lot of programming out of Providence Bay too.
All right, so we're happy with the minimum arena expenses is there. Full operation. Let's move on to the municipal complex. We have any questions with respect to anything in that section? Okay. All right, no questions. We'll move on to the Welcome Center. Do we have any questions with respect to that?
Gosh, you can't even get the welcome center down to my 2%.
So Andrew. Andrew's gonna tell us.
The complete difference of $1,200 between the two.
It's a small budget.
It's a
It looks
small
like a
budget,
huge
it looks like
increase.
a huge increase.
Sandfield Hall. Now, we do have some new accounts going in there, and we do definitely have some extra budgeting because that's a hall that we are taking back into our possession. So we will also have some offsetting revenue with respect to that we don't see right now. But do we have any questions with respect to the expenses?
Correction, it's always been in our ownership, it's just that we've been letting some of the fees get paid by others.
Yes.
And we'll be able to actually start collecting revenue on that asset, which is something we haven't really been doing for the last couple of years.
And just to comment, these budget figures for our expenses, they were based on maybe Spring Bay
As a comparative, yes.
as a comparison. So once we get the financials from the Sandfield group, we'll be able to see what.
That'll be a little difficult in terms of stuff like, hydro and heat and that kind of idea, because we would be in all likelihood be using that facility more than they were. So we're probably gonna have the lights on more often than they do. They're gonna have the heat up more often than they do. It's gonna be very hard to do an apples to apples comparison with what their activities were versus what ours are gonna be. So what we did was, you said, Spring Bay Hall is approximately the same size. How much hydro we intend to use at Spring Bay Hall? Guess we'll do the same thing over at Sandfield. In year one, it's almost impossible to throw a dart at the wall and figure out where you're gonna land.
So we do have an accurate hydro number though, because the hydro has always been it's always been in the municipality's name. It was just, the bill was always just forwarded to the merrymakers and they paid it.
Oh, well,
The only thing that's changed is now they just sent it back and says moved. And so the bill came back, we just paid, the municipality actually just paid the November, December 2025 bill for the hydro. I think it was $700.
Yep.
So effective of November 1st, well, the hydro is now, we're not paying hydro. Even before things were kind of changed over to the year.
And again, the only difference would be is that if they turn the lights on 4 times in that month, we might turn it on 24 times in that month. So we have no real idea of exactly what that's gonna look like.
But that's the heating too.
Yeah, it's all one system. It's the heat pump, air conditioner, it's all one thing, yeah.
Right.
Alright, moving on to the next section then, that's a totally new section based on anticipated, this was. The Providence Bay Hall, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing here will take effect until after April, is that right?
That's right,
we take ownership.
15th of April, I believe, is the finalization for 15th of April.
Then we start paying.
Alright,
Just the snow removal for 26.
actually,
We'll be
yeah,
doing that in-house.
so you can take that
Good
at
catch.
400.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to go back up to Minimore Arena and point something out to you guys. You folks, the snow removal line item of 11,000.
Yeah.
We've already removed snow 3 times by hand with snow rates. And we're monitoring, we're still under the 1.5 foot mark, we're allowed 4 feet. But it has been a crazy winter, as the road supervisor said, so be aware that we may have to act on that line item and have professionals come in and remove the snow.
Yep.
That's why it's there, just as a safety net.
I've been watching the posts.
Yeah, both there, I can pull, we were 2 hours yesterday with the snow rate going around all around the building, so.
So what is that?
Okay, so with that new change in the church, category, we removed snow removal, that is now 18,500. Yes.
Do we need the church telephone internet?
All of our buildings have telephone,
Are they?
safety, just in case people are in there and they don't have a cell phone.
Okay.
Sorry.
Alright, moving on, parks and playgrounds.
Just one question before we leave the church. Two line items for supplies and services.
What should we, yeah, why is that there?
Oh, you have two
Bear
slides.
with me, I'm thinking.
Let's take the big one out.
It's a 5,000, I don't think, because it's only partial year.
I believe that the rationale was we don't know exactly how much work is going to be involved in terms of cleanup, in terms of fixing stuff that they
No,
left.
he's saying you have two supplies.
I understand that. I'm just trying to explain away the 5,500. I remember that we increased that specifically because we don't know the extent of the damage cleanup / whatever we have to do in there to get it.
We might need a roll-off bin, we might have to be throwing pews out, we might have to be gutting. I know when talking to the chief building official, there's plaster work, there's paint, There's everything that is done, there's exit lights that need to be brought up to AODA code. There's also the cost of the elevator that needs servicing, that is due for inspection.
So yeah, if anything, I would say, let's take out the $2,500 line. I don't know why it's in there twice. I don't know rationale.
Take one of them out of there, that's-
Yeah,
but let's get rid of the 2,500 you're suggesting.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
get that line
that
item out
brings
of
it down to
there.
16,000 even.
16,000 even is your new number.
Why would we, I mean, Mr. Mayor, be budgeting anything for maintenance on a building that we don't have a purpose for yet?
Well, we got it.
That's
Got a
not
building, we're
necessary.
gonna try and use it.
It can go into our facility software and become a rentable building. We have to ensure it's rentable though.
But if they made a decision one way or the other, what's gonna happen with that building, so, I think that
Staff's just. budgeting.
classified into another meeting, I mean, and that's part of the whole problem here is there's a whole pile of, things that have never gone to discussion or anything to even come up with a plan, so I caution budgeting for things before they've ever happened.
Well, this is going to happen, it's a legal contract we have and it will come due, and we're trying to bring it into condition that it can be rented and revenue be earned from it.
Tear it down and save a little money.
Yeah.
We have no data. Something new, and it's only a budget, and that budget can change with discussions, meetings, it's just a budget. We gotta do something.
Yeah.
Carrying it down will cost a whole lot more than $16,000.
Well, I'm just saying, we're talking about closing down other buildings and decommissioning and the whole 9 yards, and here we're talking about, oh, we're just gonna rent this one out too. Well, this is a building that we got by accident. Oh,
I can add to the conversation, there's a reason why we bought this property, and was to add property to the west side of the arena. So it just so happens that the church had to go along with it, so until we get to the point where we can actually sit down and have the building assessed and looked at by county, yeah, there's really no decisions made, but you still have to maintain and or improve what you've got for use. And actually, the usage of that building will probably come to next councils rather than this council. So in the interim, yeah, use it for generating some income as a rental. Because it does have areas in it that are usable to municipalities.
it's great, but I think this council should make that decision. That council's never been presented at that position.
Go to budget, let's move on.
Right. Moving on, parks and playgrounds. Any questions with respect to that section? Off page 7.
What's asked to be done with the field light, fall field lights, the $7,000 expense? We haven't had anything like that before.
So we have your standard, $3,500 to $4,000 for calcium, lime, dragging into fields. What we need to do is we need to replace bases and anchors for ball field A and B. It has always been the responsibility of the ball field user groups who have taken on that burden and cost. And it really shouldn't be their responsibility. It's municipal property. It's our ball fields and we should be maintaining it so anybody can use it. Right now, that equipment it's coming to the end of the life and it's currently being locked in a building that we cannot use to any member of the public. It's only owned and managed by the ball field users, the 4 groups.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the public school coming over to have a ball game and they're using water bottles. It's quite embarrassing. Public want to be able to use the space. So we would install the bases, we would build covers, like over top of the base. Maintenance department would be dragging the fields, liming them, and if people want to play a game of ball, they take the cover off. play ball and put the cover back on like they do in Little Current, Bay, Manitowoc.
And are there, those all municipal expenses, Dave, and
Those would be, yeah.
those other locations?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a comment. Because it was volunteer before and, you know, people say it's the best maintained ball fields, the nicest ball fields on the island. I just don't understand why we wouldn't continue to use the, Greg Lockyer obviously is the spearhead. But to do all the volunteering, it's not just to save municipal money, but it's part of the volunteerism that, in my opinion, they do a wonderful job. They keep those grounds beautiful, and if there's any major expenses, that's a different story. But they fundraise for all that.
Well, the conversation regarding bases was with Greg Locker. He recommended the ones to buy because they're due for replacement. And there's been no monies fundraised going into a bank account from the ball field user groups anymore. It doesn't exist.
I would also suggest that there's probably a liability issue having non-municipal employees doing work on our properties.
A lot has changed. We have a good, last year we had a really good meeting with the ball field user groups. I mean, this is a different topic, but there will be another meeting, hopefully in March, to kind of go over expectations, level of service, understanding of insurance requirements. We had an agreement with the ball field users last year. They provided a copy of their insurance. They were able to use their own side-by-side to drive the field. They do the initial cleanup in the start of the year. They have their kids tournament and they have the ball tournament. And then after that, it's done. There's no more maintenance after July the 1st. And it really should be the responsibility of the municipality to continue maintaining that. We haven't been. It's just been, it just sits there after the Rib Fest. And we should be dragging it to make sure that it's compliant and safe. There's no tripping hazards, no potholes. And we have some equipment to do it. We do have the access to the trackless in the summertime that could be used to drag, even if it was scheduled once a week. So there is opportunities to continue to meet that level of service that the volunteers are doing. And not that we want to throw volunteers to the wayside, not at all. We want to work with them and part of them. And Greg has a lot of experience and knowledge in that area that our department doesn't have. It's something that we'd have to learn, but it should be the responsibility of the municipality. There are ball fields. It's not just, I mean, we're targeting right now minimum ball fields, but you know, we're as a staff level, we're looking at Providence Bay ball field and the Spring Bay ball field and what we're doing with these sites into the future, because the maintenance on them was done by volunteers for years. And there's been no more volunteers doing it, and it hasn't been the responsibility. So, but as of right now, we don't have access. I had to go and get extra keys cut because we didn't have enough keys to run the ball lights. They all got missing. So now the municipality actually owns a set of keys to the lights. You know, things change over time. And then we never truly allocated the cost of calcium. So in 2025, I remember when I went to Ron and said, hey, we need calcium for the ball fields. And he said, well, I didn't budget for that. It was never a budget. It's always just a cost done by the roads department. They just went and did it. Right now, we actually truly have a real cost. This is what currently right now, this is what's going into that ball field. Just the 4,000 is the lights, calcium, the lime, and now it's maybe some bases. But for years, it's been $600, $400. Like it hasn't been.
Great. Any more questions on that section?
One more. On sign that's built back the field, there's a screen that was supposed to be put up on the face of it. Is that done? No. Can we make an allowance for that? Preserve value for?
Require renting a lift. And then doing it.
Does it need to go?
Well, it is the cage that protects. So I don't know enough of the history of that score clock. I know that there was volunteers that went together and put it in. There was donations from local businesses, and then I believe it just showed up. When I worked here, it was not under the jurisdiction of the municipality to maintain it, service it, look after it. We don't even have the controller to run it. It's looked after by the ball field user groups. That's why we need to have a meeting in the spring to kind of discuss expectations.
Should we consider cost of rental of a lift? So somebody on staff is able to use it and put that screen on where it belongs.
Yeah, we do have platform training, staff do have the qualifications.
So is that something that we should look at?
Yeah, you're looking at probably, well, we want to look at getting the one machine for the trail, it's about $1,000 plus shipping. So I can look into it.
Or your next property committee, maybe, Dave.
Okay,
Any more questions on that section? Okay, moving on, dock expenses, any questions for that?
Oh, just 1 minute, Denise. I see there's 2 Merck figures in here. Is any of that affected by your
No,
issue?
But
No.
students, no.
those are all student accounts, yes. Moving on to dock expenses, any questions with respect to dock expenses? All right, moving on to the harbor center / boardwalk expenses. Any questions?
Well, now, probably for Dave, boardwalk maintenance. I see, we budgeted $1,000 a year. Don't usually use that much except that a few years ago. That budget's working well to maintain all the boards that need to come out and.
yeah,
replaced.
it's minimum maintenance, it's identified as needed. I know when we get into capital, we've been allocating money to the long-term plan that maintain that, like replacing that boardwalk. But yeah. It changes year to year. You could have one really good year where not a lot of sand and damage, you can have another year where we had to replace a section of the rails, so it just changes by the weather, right?
Yeah,
So,
I've always thought that right when we started to talk about replacing the whole thing. I've been to so many different trails and parks that have a boardwalk and, they're old. Very old, probably older than ours. And they're well maintained, they probably have a lot more money in their maintenance per year perhaps. But they're doing really well. I was walking on a Muskoka one and they said it was 85 years old. And they never replaced it, every year. They have a set budget and they replace constantly. And it's survived that long.
right,
So I've always maintained that it's fine to put it in reserve. So if you don't use it, well, you don't use it, but the whole concept of just saying we're gonna replace the whole boardwalk for, I'm not sure how many million that's supposed to be in the next 5 years or something. It's just
in the 2023, I believe 2023 capital year, I
Mhm.
don't have it here in front of me, but there was Nicholson Construction hired.
Yeah.
I believe it was about $130,000 of work.
Yeah.
And they went with the building, with the boardwalk inspection from the engineer. They looked at all the columns, the piers, the sonotubes, and they went section by section and replaced sections that were rotten. And it's brought it back up to a standard again, even to the point where there's actual pickets missing for platforms that are too high for the risk of falling off. So with that improvement, it's definitely made a big change to the maintenance required at the boardwalk. Like at one point, we used to have a student go down with a hammer every summer to hit nails, right? Well, all those deckings have all been resecured and fastened. We had some packing required on the bridge, and we had some cross bracing, and Mr. Strainer and I did that 2 years ago, and we were able to complete that work. So yeah, the $1,000, I mean, it probably could reduce to 500, but we're worried about cutting $500. It's pretty minimal for, so, yeah.
And just to add to this conversation, in 2023, we put aside $250,000 to reserve for the boardwalk. Last in 2024, we put $200,000 aside for the boardwalk. In 2025, we put $200,000 aside for the boardwalk. So we should be sitting at approximately 700,000, give or take. Yeah, we have scheduled, not scheduled, but proposed 200,000 again in the 2026 budget, subject to board.
I've seen whole sections of the fingers of that boardwalk disappear though. if the sand blows the right way, they're gone, then you have to go dig them all out, so. Like maintenance changes from one year to the next, maybe 1 month to the next. There for the public and public use, it has to be kept in a safe manner and it can change from month to month.
Just one comment. And probably doesn't deal with budgeting, but well, it might. The pinery uses sand fencing. Works really well. So I mentioned that a year or so ago, but it didn't go anywhere. But yeah, sand fencing could be an option.
Just curious there, Adam, on that $5,000. Last budget it went into was 24, we only spent.
I'm sorry,
800.
what are you looking
Oh,
for?
Providence Bay Beach permit work,
Okay.
right at the bottom there.
We have an agreement with the ministry, I think it's Ministry of Natural Resources, I could be wrong. In order to deal with the sand dunes and some type of vegetation, perhaps you can help me with that one, Dave? Pitcher thistle. Thank you, pitcher thistle, removal. We have to do certain mandated work every 4 years, I believe. I know our EDO was looking into, when the next amount was, the next time we had to do it was due, but there is some type of provincial agreement that we have to have some expense for. Make sure that we can cover sand issues and invasive species, I believe, issues.
A lot of it comes down to the dune control. We actually did try, before I was here, I remember George said they tried sand fencing. And it actually changed one of the whole dune structures in front of the Discovery Center and actually changed the whole stream system, the ecosystem there. So when we get into capital, one of the things that we are looking at is the waterfront revitalization plan, which is tied into the Providence Beach master plan. And there's funding options for us to look at with the EDO to look at parking, sidewalks, beach house, emergency evacuation planning, waste management planning. And that's like next steps, right? Part of that would be the dune management side of things. And part of that plan would be even the design of like the boardwalk, playground equipment and like a master, like a large plan. So that's in the works, pending budget approval. Next steps.
Any more questions on that section? Okay, moving on. Asset management.
What is that for? This
For our asset management plan.
we have already dealt with that and.
Yeah, we deal
completed
with
it.
ESD citywide.
Yes, yeah.
And they help get us compliant with respect to the provincial government requirements to our asset management.
We're working on the 2025 level of service plan right now. With the plan to have it presented to council in June. Which would allow us to then look at funding strategies for the capital investment side of this county. Which is to be part of the AMP compliant. So with the last property meeting, council would have received our strategic plan for asset management for the policy, and that was part of that as the vision of moving those next steps forward, hitting all the check marks. So
Thank you.
All right, going down to miscellaneous property. Is there any questions with respect to that? Okay, what's the new totaling for our,
The new total for total property committee is 1,146,280. Well, it's 1,146,280. That's an increase of 7.38%.
all righty, moving on to water released in education. We're gonna jump over those first two sections because that's set in the water and waste budget. We're moving on to drainage. Is there any questions with respect to the drainage expenses?
Do we have any drainages on tap for this year?
For 2026, we have budgeted $25,000 for system A.
And note the drainage superintendent expense, it's not that it's not there, it's hidden within the roads department because Ron's our drainage superintendent.
And there will be an allocation made, at some point to determine what percentage of the road superintendent salary is part of WWE, and how much of it stays in the roads. So I mean, well, it won't be arbitrary, but we'll definitely have a conversation to figure out what percentage of your wage should be allocated to this program. So it is budgeted as zero now, but realistically, roads is gonna be artificially high by a bit, and this is artificially low by a bit. So it's gonna wash itself out.
But is that going to entail additional work on your part, Ron?
So it should be, the drainage should be, inspected every 3 years. I believe last year, and I did not get to it again, just the transition, stepping into the role last year. I would like to actually pick a system drainage and actually inspect it. There was some little bit of work that got done on the Tallman drain. And it was identified that there could be some cleanup done there as well. But again, it was not, there was, some of the municipal drainage, I briefly spoke about it with other staff. There's a tree, with the municipal drain going through town that I'd like to remove, and there might be some rock work as far as the decoration, like the erosion prevention. If I remove that tree, just because the roots are actually pushing that erosion prevention out. So I'd like to remove that tree and just to save that bank yet. But no, I'll be identifying more issues with the municipal drainage system going forward.
It's just that I wanna make sure you're being treated fairly too, that if you're doing extra work because of your additional duties, then we have to recognize that too.
That's been done. Is there any questions with respect to that section? All right, moving on, environmental services. Yay, we have a section that we actually decreased in.
I call those minuses.
I know it. Well, with the advent of the circular materials, there has been, and a better understanding of our expenses with related to how that service is affecting our garbage costs and our recycling costs. You can see that we've adjusted the garbage pickup awards, garbage haulage and tipping fees.
Doesn't look near as scary as some of those figures we had earlier.
I'll bring it down.
And then also in our dumps recycling, you can see that there's a change there as well. Big change. So, is there any questions with respect to this section?
Yes, these landfill sites and closure. That's probably both the 20,000, both Rob and Windermere. And what's,
No, there's actually some capital work that's would be going on there too.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 100,000 in capital for closure, and that would be mainly the Windermere. But this 20,000 in operations, what would that include? Other than,
Various types of reports from Pension and EXP, basically monitoring and that kind of, we pay, for quarterly reports from them. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's probably for additional monitoring and just your standard routine reporting.
thanks.
Rose, you had a question?
I did, what does the 270000 mean at the end of the garbage pickup haul? Like, number there.
I'm
Curious.
not understanding what you're looking at.
What does that number mean?
Number.
What line item? On the far right, the very far right of garbage pickup all awards. you have minus 11.29%, and then right beside it, you've got 270000.
Oh,
I don't have it.
My space is empty.
let's fix it.
Alright,
Are you working on an old one or an electronic copy?
Yeah, that's,
I could be, maybe that's what it is.
I've got the same.
No,
Is it the same?
you're saying that right beside there should be two. Or right over top of where it says Dodge Landfill. We got nothing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Not sure
You can cross it out, whatever it is, it's not important.
Please disregard.
So, okay, so the question I have, why are our costs all down on the garbage?
Well, when we first did, work with circular materials and the transition, it was difficult for us to estimate exactly what the costs were going to be. We have a better handle now on what the actual costs are and we're budgeting more accurately.
Okay.
Quite like the church, last year was our first kick at that can, and, you know, you take a guess and do the best you can with it, and we missed, that's all.
Okay, thanks, Adam.
Pretty encouraging from 1,350,000 all the way down to 940.
Why have you lost everything under liquid waste disposal?
We have no expenses under that, actually, that line was meant to be hidden, and they got unhidden.
I mean, that would be. Our same problem that's be there.
That normally would cover the costs when they move the sludge
Yeah,
from the treatment plant but that's included in our contract now.
oh.
There's,
There.
so I don't know if all of it is included. There's a certain amount that's included, and so far that they haven't went over the allowable amount from our contract.
Okay. I just. Why,
Yeah.
all of a sudden gone down when the facility is still open.
Do we have any other questions with respect to that section?
And the hydrological studies, such a huge decrease.
In the budget?
Do we know if those are fixed numbers, firm numbers?
We had anticipated more studies being required with respect to closure of the minimum landfill. That's our cost going forward, 43,000. Well, sorry, yeah. Well, I was wondering maybe, is that high enough? That's 43.
You expected the little bit decreased, I thought, because Providence Bay was all put to bed, so.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. All right, no, so we stand with those numbers. And good to see something's decreasing. We can move on to cultural expenses if.
There is a merch change in this one, I believe. Let me just see if I can find it here.
Historical Society merch.
Yep, that one.
4,090.
1 second, let me,
Yeah, it would be.
actually, I think it's, I misspoke, it's under WW.
No, but under here, this should be. under
Oh,
here.
yes, you're right, I got it, historical society merch.
Yeah.
So that's going to increase by 6.5%, 6.5,
65.
6,500, thank you. Can't speak today. I'm just gonna, so it was initially before the change, 10,500.
6,500, you said, Adam?
Yeah, so now that line is increasing to 17,000. So total cultural expenses now read 118,225, an increase of 7.97%.
Any questions on the rest of that section? Okay.
Just before we leave that, cultural expenses, that's the payment to the Historical Society, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And it was changed to 1,000. The last go around.
I believe we're correct. In the new agreement says 1,000,
For
the cultural expenditures,
this line right here, Denise?
yes.
Okay. Okay,
And we need to ensure that the 2025 payment has been made.
it hasn't, but that's okay, so.
Okay.
If we've taken over all their duties and responsibilities, why are we still paying them?
not their duties, it's our facilities and our things that are there.
But I don't quite understand it, like, we've taken over everything that they do, maintenance. Buildings, hired an employee for $50,000 a year, the whole 9 yards to run everything, why are we still paying them?
It
When we're
says,
not getting any service from
says cultural expenses,
them? Yeah,
so,
what
so
value are we getting for our dollar?
some of us appreciate our culture and our history.
And obviously we've taken everything over from them and we are paying all the expenses, so why are we still paying the historical society?
Because that's the agreement that council made with them. And council agreed to that. It passed council. Right. So it's $1,000.
This council's also hired an employee in the whole 9 yards, so should that
The
maybe?
agreement with the society.
So
And this was the amount that was agreed upon in that agreement that passed approval by council.
Can we have a look at it later sometime this year?
Sure, in another 5 years when the agreement's done.
The $1,000.
Something to look forward to.
Oh,
Not even reason to
I
say.
we have bigger expenses.
Yes.
Okay, so now with that, that change, it is now 118,700 as a total cultural expenses.
All right, moving on from there.
Oh, sorry, 8.40%.
Discovery Center. Does council have any questions on those? We move it on, then we can have our little break after
I'm just gonna.
operating and we can move capital after a break. Okay. Any questions on the Discovery Center? Minimal? Okay, moving on from Discovery. Next section, assessment, education, suspense. Education, those are, matching with the revenue. And that's our confirmed costs for impact. Nothing to do with that.
We pay impact.
We do. We do.
Sorry.
We do. Okay, let's move on to safety, security and health. Hold on. There's a-
Just before you go, I want a grand total because we didn't do the library either.
Yeah, well, sorry, I missed that, but we're doing that right now. Library. Any questions with respect to the library?
How do I cut the budget? When do I cut that?
Now is the time to do stuff like that.
Okay.
The Library Act states that council has line by line control over the budget. Once the budget is passed, it is then up to the board to spend that budget. So now is your time to control any line item.
So I would like to put that budget back down to 80,000 like they got last year.
And are you talking about any particular line item, or are you talking about the municipal
line.
transfer?
No, we gave them, last year we gave them $80,000. We did that check thing under the door.
Okay.
So exactly we'll do this year again, 80,000 check under the door.
Do you know what kind of reserves there is in the account at this point?
No, I don't know what their reserves are at this point in time.
And
I would
it's,
find
it's,
that out.
it's the
I
same,
think
it's the same thing.
18,000, I thought it wasn't much.
No, I think you're right, I think it's around the $20,000 mark, I don't have any paperwork to back that, but I recall that number.
Just sort of.
I remember,
I remember they didn't have a lot that they could operate independently, put it that way.
well, can I make a comment on that one? There's no fundraising, and Takima, for instance, raised $7,000 last summer selling books at the ferry terminal. Billings Township raised a whole bunch of money by having a silent auction where they actually got tickets for the ROM and to the Marine Center. You see what's going on in Little Current, and we do nothing here. In fact, we had a group that ended up at the Sparrow's Nest on the weekend because they were not welcome at this library. So that's the reason I'm giving them only 80,000. Sorry, guys. And we can't say anything. Ron comes to us, we can tell him, no, Ron, we can't do that, but we can do that. Dave comes to us, what do you want, Dave? We can talk to you about it.
Right.
Phil, same thing, right? This, we can't say a single thing.
The reality is that we fund the library no matter what.
Yep.
We pay for their payroll, we pay for all of their expenses. And it's just a wash in and out through their reserves. So at times they could owe us and at times we could owe them due from the library. But the reality is whatever the library is required to run, the municipality funds. And it's just a number on paper that says, oh, now the library is us, or we owe money to the library.
So why are they sending us a budget then?
Because it's required by the Library Act. It's required that they set a budget, that it's required, by municipal act that we have their, if they don't have a specific. There's two ways the library can run. The library can run self-sufficient, all on its own. The municipality has an $80,000 check. We hand it to the library. We're hands off. Do whatever you want. That's all we're giving you.
That's right.
Or because they're not a big enough library that can sustain themselves financially, then nor do they have the ability to pay their own expenses and pay their own payroll and all this kind of stuff. The municipality offers that service to
We
them.
take care of their overhead.
And we
for them.
take care of all that financial stuff. But which means then that their finances are deeply integrated with ours. They have a separate audit, but the reality is their revenues and their expenses flow through the municipality. And it's just a line item on the budget that says a due to or due from. So either we owe the library because they've been really good and haven't spent all their expenses, or they owe us.
And when they do get donations and whatnot, it goes into our general bank account. And when we pay their payroll and buy the books, comes out of our general bank account.
So by
All their expenditures and revenues flow through me.
setting.
But you can't say anything.
I can't, we can't,
No.
can't say nothing.
So by setting that 80,000 as a grant, that's the maximum we'll pay. All it does is it changes that due from line item.
So
It doesn't, all it changes is the calculation on the reserve that they have. That's all it really changes, but in the end, we will still continue to pay the library expenses, no matter what.
It's like we're their parent and, you know, our son owes us $10, the next week they owe us $50, the next week goes $200. It just changes. It doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna get the money. It just is a change on the balance sheet item between their books say they owe us, our books say, yeah, we're owed by them. That's the only thing that's changing is the fact that we both agree that now we, instead of owing $1,000 to each other, we owe $2,000 to each other. It's just an in and out. We still are responsible for all of the ins and the outs in terms of the money. So you can set the budget how you need to.
Well, we can look at this very, very simply. We have three managers looking at us right now. And they all provide a service to our community. And we couldn't last very long as a community without them. So we have Dave looking after all of our property. We have Ron looking after all of our bridges and our roads and
Phil.
Phil's always there when there's a fire and we can't do without him. Well, are we gonna do without our library?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
You
just
have to be
saying,
saying that if you're not gonna be putting up the money to be able to maintain it.
well, no, and okay, so we're putting up some of the money, but how come we can't say how it's being run? That's the problem I'm having.
Well, this isn't even the library lady's prerogative. This is a separate act, the Library Act, that rules how the process looks after itself.
Okay, where's no fundraising? Why is there no fundraising to help to offset the price?
Well,
That's up to her board to director.
We do fundraise. I bought 8 chocolate bars just for this friggin' meeting.
No, the reality is that the municipality has only 2 points of control over the library. One is at election time, where you set their board, and 2 is every year at budget time when you set their budget. Other than that, it's the responsibility of the library board to run the library.
You just said it's a budget.
We set the budget every year, yes, but really, we only set transfer. Yeah. But we're not gonna sit there and defund the library. I mean, it's like any, it's, they don't really have any capital, it's all operating. Are we gonna say no to an expense?
We say no to this expense, we say no to the library. And I'm not prepared to do that. I don't know if anybody else is.
But that being said, we could take over the library municipal.
Nope,
Because
because the Library Act controls, it. The Municipal Act does not control the library, the Library Act controls the library.
if there's a library
I'd like to
established,
see you
which
go
there is,
in,
then
then you're taking over.
I can go there and say whatever I want.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem telling
Yeah.
anybody anything, so.
Like I said, you definitely make a motion that you say that the municipal transfer is only $80,000, but all it'll change is the calculation of the revenues, of the reserves that they have. That's all it's gonna change. It will not change the spending patterns in any way.
All you're gonna be doing them is forcing them to say that we were spent by 40,000, not 30,000. They're still spending the same amount that they're gonna spend. It's just a recognition that now they're overspent by more.
I've sat on that board now for what, 3 years? Derek was on the board before, Linda's on the board now. And yeah, at times it's just sort of, but. I don't know if the issue is the actual operating there, is that the fact that times have got really, really lean out there and there isn't the grant opportunities for them anymore. I don't
Are you
know,
applying, Brian?
eh,
Are you even applying?
as a board, no,
No, okay.
They have applied for a summer student,
yeah, but
or they always apply for a summer student.
That's easy.
No, my point is I'd say.
there are other grants out there but they gotta go hunting for them. And I don't know if they have the depth there to do. So, but that's something we're not gonna solve here today, I'll tell you that, but.
All right, so what's the new total of that section?
The new total for total wastewater and education. $2,112,915. 2,112,915.
All right.
For negative 28.22%.
Ooh,
don't have our water and sewer.
water and sewer's not gonna, wow,
We also have to maintain it.
yes.
That
All
means
right, we're going to take a break. Well, I do appreciate everybody's time and effort. Now, Ron, when Dave or last your prime year, but we'd still like to have you along.
actually, I
In
think,
case we have other
I think
thoughts.
that's a compliment.
You probably want us here for the capital piece. I think we got a lot of red ink, right?
Unfortunately, it's pretty right.
Yeah, I know. I expected.
Actually, right from the beginning.
When he tells you what he's gonna do. And so on. You guys might want to.
All right, there's coffee in the municipal office, if you wanna go grab yourself coffee.
There's some
There's
water.
also some water and some
So we got
food
some,
tray
we
and
got some
cookies.
vegetables for you, Rose.
Oh, and
We got a
vegetables,
veg-
yeah.
To make sure we got you a veggie
So
tray.
go grab yourself a little plate so that we can continue on.
We got some, you said a veggie tray and we want cookies because not everything to you.
So how about we meet here, back here at 3:20?
Fresh bacon.
Okay.
No, I've got, you guys are.
Go
I
get
gotta
it.
look at it. I've got research.
You know, a year ago.
So we're all about their time.
Yeah.
He said, Greg said if we can, he said, we can, parents know they come up here, everyone try to. That already came off. Because we already. Talking with the engineer, he said, watch the snow. That's what they recommend.
No.
Right? Probably.
I know.
Can you get by it?
Some of those.
Yeah, it's not good, and you don't have to start about how to do it.
So I-
So I drive my snow rig. to see it.
They're all Brian, there's coffee, there's rail, there's cookies, there's four lanes. There's
What?
12
No way, I
vegetables.
would leave it in that.
You're right. So.
You're
The
right.
other thing is.
They are lazy. It's lazy. As Linda said, that board is a yes board.
I know Bruce got a lot of.
Bear runs it, Bruce is happy, and
Because
nobody else gives a
every
shit,
event,
because
they
we're
do,
not getting
they
it.
are, but they don't put any money in the.
Yeah, but
No, they don't put any
Clean up.
money into.
We
the
can't
municipal.
control their budget. We just did a number, but we
believe
can't control how they spend it, line by line.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
So why can't we just say, when you get your
basically,
$1,000?
our costs,
We
but
can't.
but if you go to the revenue side,
They said can't.
this
We
is just
set
the year to date
we
last
set the
year.
number. But we
So,
cannot
on the revenue
control
side-
how they spend it line by line.
I get that point, but
Yeah.
Gotta
I'm
find
thinking
out.
that if they get only 80, that means Claire might have to work here.
But what?
That'd be different.
At one
Well, I
time, they
know,
all
but
were
that's what I
chipping in
mean.
$100,
How many hours
and they
that?
were fundraising, like,
I asked
you
her
guys
a couple
finished the
times
building, the
over.
building's been done. right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
But I
because
think what's happening is.
She doesn't know how to look for 'em.
Center.
I spoke to
They
the
have
last
like
one on,
40 grand.
conference I went to.
Right.
There was, members from the Ontario Library Board.
Nice.
I spoke
I
to
know we haven't.
lots of money out there,
We're
isn't
not
there?
buying.
Oh, you just got a
The
hunt,
group has to.
It's tough.
The bank.
but you gotta hunt for it.
Right here.
And I gather the one who lives part is hunting for it because they're
So
getting.
anyone
I
else-
know they are.
anyone
Yeah.
else
And-
with revenue?
and so,
$100, look,
the
nothing in
last count-
24,
last
nothing in
count,
25,
Angela,
in 23, there was
My
1,300.
daughter was on it.
It went in a wash, it
How
came
many
in,
ideas
out,
they
and
brought
that was the money needed to finish off the
What,
building.
to do better, to get
Mr.
money in, whatever,
But
the
certainly,
library
there's
for
been
it?
no,
No,
there's
with
been
the
no
library.
Well,
contribution.
first of all, you gotta get rid of the library board.
I think what's.
What was
Yeah,
happening
we were
was,
Claire.
if they needed
She's
supplies,
the board. I
um,
go there and just.
they would go purchase, bring them back to us, the town would reimburse them,
I
but
got,
we never had an
I got no
account, so
fight
actually
that
in
week.
20,
I know,
over a book.
23,
I get it,
Yep,
get a bribe.
yep.
there was two line items that I found that I was like, well, I've never seen this before. And it is gonna be probably the park side. Oh. And it's not here, it's hidden, I'll have to find it, but there was ball field lights and equipment, and then there was ball field equipment maintenance.
Right.
It was a different line item.
Mhm.
And that was the account that was being used, and Marcus managed that account when he was our ADO,
Mhm.
right? But we don't have it, it's not here anymore.
Mhm.
What do you wanna know about that sign or that scoreboard?
Who owns it? Who maintains it? Who gave permission to install it? Who's got care and control of it?
I installed it.
You installed it.
Yes.
I know there's a name on it. Was there an
I know.
agreement? Was there an agreement to have the name advertised forever on it? I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
I know who bought it.
Right?
I know who
I
bought it.
installed it. I think I know who bought it.
I didn't physically put up. It was put up by the contractor that we hired to do the lights.
Who has care and control of it?
You ever got into that part of
The
it?
group, so
Um,
only the group.
all I
can use it,
know,
nobody
all I
else can.
know is that, I know who bought it. I know who has the control report, or had the control report. And that was the end of the day. I mean, I ran the cables for it, I hooked it up,
Right.
and the only reason that gate is not on the front is because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Right.
Because, I hooked the power up to it as the first ball game was going.
Oh, okay.
So, other than that.
Yeah.
I ducked a couple times as the balls were flying.
I think it's the same as the center board in Prague. They've got a balance in the bank
Okay.
and they could use that balance. That's there as a reserve. Because it's not a committee of council.
Yeah, no, so what, from a staff perspective,
Yeah.
I don't wanna take over care and control,
No.
I wanna support.
Yeah.
What they're doing, and there are times where they're burdened by the responsibility of dragging.
Yeah.
They're burdened by the responsibility of doing the strength crab.
Yeah.
However, they like to have the control of running it first, which I'm all for, I'd rather do that. You don't want, I don't want, I don't think doesn't need to have staff just there for a whole weekend. Do it all, once you get to that, then you get in charge.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And like, because that's the problem. As, so. We're losing that, but because we'll have the same problem. I know that I do. So, maybe. Very cool. Lifestyle is fun. I see.
Philip. From James, what we're doing, we're gonna do your fire department, operating next. Directly after that, do your task. I let you guys work, I will have to be, I said 8%. Yeah. I turned down everything. Yeah. So we'll do your operating and then we'll do your capital right after. Okay.
Like, did everybody first already sit there for 2 hours?
No.
No.
Thanks, guys. Oh, that'd be good.
There's like veggies and dip and pop and.
No, I don't,
Yeah.
I eat once a day.
I got library from the
Library.
chocolate.
Somebody's got to fund the library, eh?
Yeah, I only bought 8.
Wow. Well, we funded the library a few years ago. We went ice fishing.
Not either, because I'll be there. You can hear about.
Oh.
Okay, we'll start on page,
So there's
23 of 40.
that lot. That's safety security help.
Yes, safety, security and health operating.
Yeah.
All right, the first section, social services, not much of a choice there. Those are all external costs in the municipality. So we'll move on to the next section, which is animal control expenses. Do we have any questions? $11,000 is the animal control personnel.
Just one, we don't really get any revenue in, do we? I haven't seen-
Dog tag revenue.
What's that?
We do get dog tag revenue in.
Oh, right,
That's about it.
okay, but not to capture or anything like that. But
Well, there has been, although it's not, you know, a
Not
lot, but there has been some fines that have been paid. If we do kennel a dog there that's been captured, the people do have to pay a fine to get it released from the pound.
I do know that there was, 1 or 2 fines that were levied in late 25, or out of animals. They would have been, categorized under our fines, you wouldn't have seen it on a separate line item.
Okay,
The service we have to provide anyways, isn't it?
yes. So moving on down to the miscellaneous safety expenses, is there any questions?
$595,000.
That is
That's a big question.
That is a discount, they were going to charge us 710, but due to the fact they capped it at 11%, we should say thank you for the fact that they only charged us $595.
That makes me warm and fuzzy over.
It should, yes.
be 11% next year too.
I'm sorry. That is probably a typo. Or there's a typo. And it happens. Okay, so just noted me a typo for crossing guard supplies and services. Last year we budgeted $100. I meant the budget $100 again, I put 1,000. So I'm gonna change that now.
Look at that, you save money.
Don't say we never try to save money.
That offset the police and cost.
Absolutely. Okay, so that change brings our total up to only 19.58% increase.
Okay, now you'll see that there's that huge increase in the supplies and services. That's like it says right there, we have an offset with the emergency preparedness grant that we've received confirmation on. Right?
Yes.
Okay, is there any questions on that section?
Actually, 1 second. No, we have not received confirmation on our $56,000 grant. That was for emergency management as opposed to the fire grant that we have received.
All right,
Yeah.
so that spending though is contingent upon receiving the grant.
Correct.
If we don't receive the grant, we will not utilize these expenses.
What is that 56,000 for supplies and services for?
That's what we were talking about here, Richard. We have an offsetting emergency preparedness grant that we have in the works. Should we not receive that $55,000 grant, then we won't spend it. And it'll go back to the normal $1,000. Okay,
Oh, good.
so the new total for that section,
$690,000, $700. 690,700. 19.58%.
But a lot of that's uncontrollable expense, so.
Most of it is uncontrollable, plus the fact that the 56 that's included in that number is completely offset.
That's right.
getting on to, moving on to health services expenses.
Again, there's nothing in there other than control.
Yeah,
Well, raise the recruitment, we go ahead and stay with that.
That's true.
I've got a new doctor.
I haven't got a new one yet.
Yeah, we still have a whole bunch of who's talking.
Yeah.
Last time, whoever was
Yeah.
involved, right?
All right, is there any more questions with the total health services expenses?
That, $9,000 for training takes in all those new things that you're indicating there off to the side.
About $5,000 of that is gonna be restocking all these first aid kits, which are either low on supplies or expired. And need to be updated, plus we apparently,
Or is it our buildings throughout the?
yeah, our buildings and our vehicles throughout the municipality have to have certain items from the first aid kit, apparently either items are missing or. Expired, and we need to do real good inventory and restock on a lot of items. So that's taking that into account. $4,000 in health and safety training, that was going to be for our previous health and safety employee. And that's probably gonna be used to help train up our new health and safety employee, whoever him or her may be.
Does any of that take in our defibrillators, not within our building?
They were all fully replaced in 2024. They're all compliant. They're still in agreement with, well, one of those uncontrollable costs is the DSAT that's gone up. They're actually paying for the pads and batteries still as part of the program. Okay, so we're paying for it indirectly to them and then it buys them. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I take it that our reduction from 76,000 to 8,500 is because we've got our full complement of doctors, Rose, now, or midwives.
Well, not the full complement, the only thing is that they will not be bringing that program forward that we paid $35,000 for. Remember the 2 doctors we hired under the program, that they won't be there for next year. But.
So this is just our fee for recruitment then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the moving expenses for the new one, the new doctor.
So there's no talks of a new program?
Sorry,
There's no talks of a new program?
they have hired 2 under the
Yes.
new program,
Yeah.
and they only have room that they can work with. So, right now, that's what it is, just a 2.
moving on to fire chief expenses, we have our fire chief here with us. Do we have any questions?
Guess we can live with 3% there.
Well, I'd like to add something if I may. The fire department wages in on our area, that's to pay the firefighters their fire calls and also for their training. I did some numbers and just for our course that we are taking right now, with the 40 hours online and then the 5 days of hands-on practical training that's coming. I've got 25 guys that are all at the end of February will be ready for this course to be certified for July. It will be costing the township 41,400 just for the one course. Sounds like a lot. It's on. But that's so that is just for that one course. That's the 40 hours online training and the 5 days. So that 41,000 will be taken out of the honorarium, which is 84. So that leaves me for the rest of the year $43,000 for fire calls and the rest of our training for the rest of the year. I'll be trained every week.
So do we not have a training line here?
We do, it is the second last line in the budget.
That training line I made up and I got requested that was for my expenses of bringing people with. Not to pay the firefighters.
Oh, so this $41,000 was a salary ask, basically,
Yes.
remuneration ask?
Yes. So it's, I just give the numbers and, for how many of my guys are doing the course. The 40 hours online and it's, still training and it's 5 full days of practical work here. And, that's their time and I expect them to be paid. It's as a man.
So that's not currently included in this budget anywhere.
No, that's new,
No.
that's,
That you're saying that we need to add that into this budget.
Yeah, so if we look at what I used last year. The projected, is that right, 63? 63.6?
Yeah.
Right?
yeah,
That doesn't include any of this big stuff, so,
And is this all the required, stuff that you talked about earlier there?
there's a lot more I'd like to add on, but, there's other stuff I could, because we are required to have, firefighter instructors, we should also do, auto acts of hazardous material, right? But we can float that to next year.
So let's be clear on what you're asking here, Phil. You're not talking about external trainers coming in. You're talking about paying the guys for their individual hours in training and for the days that they spend training. This is the payment that's made to the volunteer fire force, not to any external trainer.
No, that's the line that I am on, fire department wages, non-honorarial,
So basically,
Not if you're 84.
yes. So that's why I wanna bring up that. Just to do this exterior attack course, it's costing us $41,400. So you minus that from the 84, I have the rest of the year. For training. And also. Pay the guys for fire calls.
yeah, so you're basically looking, you spent $63,000 for your firefighters to go out on calls
And training.
and training. Okay, so, but you had a budget of 84,000. So basically, you're looking for another $20,000 or $30,000. So how,
If we have a quiet year, we had a quiet
Yeah.
year last year.
no, but in terms of actual training people, you're saying that in order to train these people. You would like an extra $40,000 in your budget to compensate your employees for being done. Is
Not
that
to
it?
compensate, to pay them what they're worth.
That's
Okay.
compensation.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Uh,
So basically you're saying that because these people are giving, these volunteers are giving up a lot of days of their life to train. You want to remunerate them to the tune of $40,000. That's your ask, right? If I can just summarize?
And 40 hours online training.
Right, okay. So so in return for that, you're asking for 40 grand.
Correct.
Okay,
But
so that's what we all understand.
But that training is over and above their regular training
Yes, correct.
of every week that they
Yeah.
train. So the actual 40 hours online is training that they're doing on their own at home. Plus the extra training just to go with the component of that on at home learning. Then they still train every week. So your regular fire department training and doing maintenance on vehicles and equipment and everything else. So this is a component that the government's put in that they actually have to have that certification training. And if the guys are putting that much work into it because they have to just to be firefighters, I think they should be compensated for it.
So to be clear now, the ask is the $84,000 in honorarium that we normally pay, plus an additional $40,000 worth of compensation for the fact that they're training at home. So that is now the ask, we're talking $124,000. Is the ask.
if it's mandatory, then we have no choice.
John, go ahead.
Okay, I understand what Adam just said. I'm trying to go back to what Phil was trying to describe. The 41.5, I understand that part. But were you taking that 41 off the 84? Or is it, as we're saying, it's over and above the 84?
I apologize if I don't explain it properly.
So that's okay.
Right now, our budget is for $84,000 for the year.
Yes,
That includes all our training and all our fire calls.
yeah,
Okay, so this year, right now, 2026, I need $41,400 just for this one course above. Okay, so now we take that 41,400 away from 84. That leaves me with 39. Am I correct? No,
What was your number there, Phil? 41.4?
41.5. No, it only leaves you 43,000.
42,500.
So that leaves me, and this is why I brought this up, because I did the numbers upon that. That leaves me 42,000 for the rest of the year for all our other training, okay, and all the fire calls.
And is that enough?
That was my next question, is that,
So, and again, I'm not asking say to add another 40. Is that enough? Me, no, it's not enough.
So what is enough then?
Well, that's where I looked at my past, what was that?
124.
I don't wanna hurt everybody, I don't want it to hurt, but if we looked at what I had before, right? You know, by those regular trainings, 64, 56, but 64, was budgeted and I spent 63, projected, right? That's pretty good, and we practice every week. That's with the fire calls, right? So, I'm very good, I don't wanna overspend, but the thing is, if we take the 63 and add the 40. Right?
So I guess.
You're looking at, no, he says 63 and add 4.
Oh, 63 now.
So we're looking at doing, basically, instead of 84, you're looking at 104.
I don't wanna cut my guys short.
Yeah.
If I come to the end, let's say we have a busy year, and let's hope not, but come the end, okay, guys, you're on our own, we paid, but we only have $10,000 left to pay for all the fire calls. I have to do it up.
This is the time to do it, we're doing the budget, guys.
Fine.
Denise, if I may,
Yeah,
under line item, 42,000,012, you have fire department training honorarium. And you have nothing on that line. So what would happen if we just take the 41?
Sorry, which line number?
Underneath the,
42,000,012.
It's not on my list.
Not on my list either.
what's on my list? I don't.
We printed all the documents at the same time. I don't even understand it.
okay,
Well, because theirs are sitting on the counter there.
Denise, they have, remember when we amalgamated wages and honorarium for one?
Well, I don't know what document you're working at, because it's not on my document.
Well, on my slate.
Have to show
Was this the document that was provided?
the training up there.
Okay. Because it'd be on.
These are special training.
Nothing on there. That's why I did it.
Remember when it used to be 2 lines?
Zero.
Yeah,
And they,
Anyways, I would like to say, can we add it, please?
just add it in that same column, change the
Yeah.
84 to 104.
Make it 124.
104.
That's
Is 104?
Yeah.
104.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I have still another question. That extra training that the province is causing all the fire departments to go through. And we were looking at bringing a trainer in.
that would have been 60-some thousand dollars to bring them in.
Yeah.
And then we still have to do 5 days of training on top of that. So this is still, it sounds like I'm a lot, but it's been a whirlwind of last 2-3 months trying to get this going.
Yeah.
And this is a brand new course. He just came up with his course and it's a pilot course exterior, so it works good for us.
What's the total then?
1 second, when I find it again.
You think so?
When I find it again.
No, I was asking more.
Okay, so we've changed the fire department wages / honorarium account, to say 104,000. And that brings our total up to 144 even. For a total of a 20.5% increase.
But you've already gone through the steps, determined that those are necessary in order for your men to be able to do their job, right?
100%, that we have to do it.
Yeah, a lot of this is under the same heading as DSAB or policing or anything else. The Solicitor General has stated that they have to do this. So if you want to maintain the fire department, they have to do this, and this is the expense. So sort of an uncontrollable expenditure.
Well, it's not uncontrollable. We could certify our fire department.
Well,
Who's gonna be doing that?
we could.
Okay, we can move on now to fire hall expenses. Is there any questions with respect to the Minnewater Fire Hall?
I don't even know how he got there is all. I'm a little confused. Don't mind me.
Well,
Any-
if you're looking at the statistical records, 23 was 21,000, 24 was 21,000, and this one's 22,000. So I don't see anything there that needs to be changed.
Okay, so then that's okay, no questions, we can move to Stanfield Fire Hall. Any questions?
Even down. So what are we changing there? We're taking away the
Supplies and services.
Right now, that hall is not in use, as far as I'm given to understand. So we do have to have minor hydro costs, fuel costs, just to keep the place running, and we still will have telephone costs involved with that.
I don't recall just cutting the maintenance supplies out of that account, Adam, I didn't meet for this one.
I don't know what to tell you, I thought we went over all these lines in the budget, if I'm mistaken, then,
No, there shouldn't be anything cut for maintenance or supplies and services in that building.
All right,
Okay,
put the 500 back.
The fire truck goes back there, it should be ready to, yeah.
need 500 there then, Dave?
Yeah, it's only 500,
No.
it should stay there.
for some reason, somebody must have told me to take it, I wouldn't have done it.
So the total of that is 69.
69.
Any questions?
Sorry, Dave, if I took that out.
Yeah, it should stay, just because
What,
they still have to service the furnace, right? I still have to service the furnace.
Sure, yeah.
so you're just adding 500 to that, it's only 64 then?
No,
About
that
500
500.
to maintenance and 500 supplies and services.
Okay, so a total of 6,900, and we're moving on to the Providence Bay Fire Hall. Any questions? Okay, moving on to the Spring Bay Fire Hall. Any questions? Okay, moving on to miscellaneous fire department expenses. Any questions?
But a minus at the bottom, so that's good news.
Okay, moving on to vehicle equipment, maintenance and fuel. Is there any question with respect to those? Okay, moving on to the last two items, the fire department training and the fire department miscellaneous expense. Do we have any questions with respect to those?
Are we doubling up on that training or is that different training?
That doesn't need time. Exterior on Rex first aid,
Which one does need to have?
6103, 1996 and change. It's just those three pumpers.
Yeah, the 3 pumpers are the ones with tires. It's this international pumper that has tires, it's this Navistar pumper that has tires, and it's this Navistar fire tires as well.
So you're saying the 6103 doesn't need tires?
Regular maintenance.
Oh, okay, you just bumped it, okay.
Yeah, it works that.
I apologize.
No problem.
That was all. Yeah.
And I think there was a question about the training.
Yeah, they had asked whether that training was a doubling up of anything that you'd spoken about previously.
You want me to explain on that?
No, you don't have to explain it all. The question was, is that a doubling up of anything that we've talked about previously?
Or is that separate training?
This is paying for the people coming in.
So this is the
They're
training.
not coming in, so.
If yours coming in,
Oh, yeah.
the Auto X would have come in, for first aid. And then
Oh,
for
okay.
the mobile live fire training unit, we have to pay the OFM $65 a person.
And so that's the cost of getting the trainers up here, which is different than the honorary issue we just spoke on.
Okay, what's the new total of the safety security now?
Safety, security, health is now 2,424,050, which is a 5.19% increase. So again, that's 2,424,050.
Okay, is there any corrections to the bottom two lines here, the total all revenue operating?
Yes, all revenue operating is 10,467,632,
Which is the same, and
Okay.
then the expenses?
9,368,145.
Got those numbers, Richard?
So right now it is showing as negative 1.45% change in operating, but I caution you, there's $400,000 worth of water and sewer that not being done here. That would help explain the.
Oh,
That's gonna have offsetting revenue.
Compared to last year's.
when you talk about comparison.
Comparison, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's showing you, there's offsetting revenue for it, but if you're looking at a year over year expense piece, it's not gonna be a full 1.4% decrease, it's probably gonna be like a 3% increase by the time you have the 400,000 in.
Right, so to assist, Phil, and the fact that he'd like to get going home, we're gonna move over to page area. We're gonna move over to page 39 of 40.
29.
So you're working on an old,
29.
I did practice them.
this one here,
I put.
it's the capital detail,
Yeah, yeah.
capital detail.
Like the last page, so.
I don't have a page 31. Yes, I do.
Then down here, almost the last
I don't
page.
understand, man. They printed it all at the same time, so I don't get it.
I got it.
There, safety, it says
Just keep
safety,
going.
security, and health, it looks like this. It should be the second to last page of whatever,
The last page,
Page number it is.
no, cause there's
it's the
like,
front of the last page.
yeah.
The last page of the.
All right, so
Sit here
we'll go
with
through
nothing.
Phil's capital, and that way he can go, and then we'll go through, Dave's capital, and then we'll go through Ron's capital, cause Ron's, there might be some more discussion on Ron's operating.
Just before I forget, I have to be out of here at 5 for the board meeting.
Okay,
And I got 4:45 minutes.
so is there any questions with respect to the safety, security, and health capital budget?
I'd like to point out that the $65,000 grant was received. That is for the purchase of a washing machine that's designed to wash his fire equipment specifically. We have received 100% grant funding for that, so.
You won't be able to do that, or won't have to do it by hand anymore.
No, it's for our helmets, gloves, and our masks and that, so.
So the machine is basically, we've got some quotes in, for comparative pricing. So that will be purchased and that's offset 100% by grant, so you don't have to worry about that one.
Good. What was our expense for that beforehand, Phil? What was the expense for that beforehand, when we had to send everything out?
We've never sent helmets, gloves, and boots and masks.
We have you,
We have to now because it's the cancer scale, which has always been.
yeah,
Now they're forcing it more. We have to show our due diligence that we are providing the service to keep it cancer free.
That's because
yeah.
it's fine.
So, but we are going to see a savings in our operating budget by being able to do this ourselves.
As opposed to sending it away, I did send a few things the way they get sent and they weren't cheap, like just to do boots, it was like $300
Yeah.
for a boot.
Yeah, so we are going to see savings in that.
And we got the 100% grant, so
So
it's.
that's the offsetting factor right
Yeah.
there. is that we've got the equipment
That's right.
Okay.
getting paid for it, nice.
Yeah.
I'll show it now.
Well, I'm happy with $67,000.
Actually, one of the numbers didn't move through, Richard, the training tower labor cost only, but if we move the $3,000 cost through, that would make the total cost $70,200. midway down the page, you'll see one of the formulas didn't move through.
Gotta get that machine fixed there, Adam.
Okay, so we're happy with this capital budget?
I am.
Alright.
Everybody else?
Thank you for attending, so sorry it took so long.
That's okay. Thank you for putting me to the front. I appreciate it. Thank you for listening.
Alright,
Give you everything you want, so what more do you want there? You're
Thank
doing
you,
a good
Lord.
job, just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
alright, so let's move on to. What we got here, property next?
It's just because he's first in line.
It's 34.
I go last, I'll use whatever's left over.
Well,
You better rethink that.
yeah,
My ones aren't there.
that it is, do we wanna do roads or property? Because roads will also intermingle with his operating, you question it?
I would do roads last, I would do not me too, but it's.
Okay, so let's go to property.
In all fairness though, Rod's had a long day, he's been going all morning.
That's fine, whatever.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright, roads,
I'm sorry.
sorry, property, let's go to property. Alright, so let's start on the road shed portion of it. Any questions with respect to that?
What page are we on?
Yeah.
Well, mine's 34 for you. 34.
34.
Okay.
Yep.
We've got a $9 million expense there, set to financing of the same amount. And that's a necessity, Ron, right?
Yes,
We've been told we have to vacate the premises within the year.
Was it October?
Our deadline, we're homeless October 2027.
yes.
And they had, if we're gonna move on it, we have to have shovels in the ground spring of 27. And that's pushing it to have it done in 8 months.
They feel that they could get it done in a year.
Yeah.
But they're thinking it might be like 18 months, but that if everything goes smooth, they feel it could be done in a year.
Well, we have a problem here. Denise is aware of it, Ron or Adam's aware of it. We have already had our funding from the province curtailed because we have not got our finances up to date. So until, and I stress this, until we get our we've got our 23 draft, our final one should be here. We need our 24 and 25 is due within a month. And we've got to get that done in order to be qualifying for funding. So I hope we've got that under wraps, and I think, Adam, you've indicated the 24 is not going to be the quagmire that 23 was, so.
No, it's not gonna be anywhere near as nuts as the 23 was. I still have to find time and get it done, but it's not going to be questions. Every time you ask a question, you find 3 more questions. I don't think it's gonna be like that, the way 2023 was. So we should be able to get it done. It's just a matter of getting.
You got it on your shoulders.
Yep. On there.
Denise, is everything underway from your perspective to make sure that he's got the time to do what he needs to do?
Yeah, we have tax billing that's coming up at the end of next week, and once that's over, then the big spring push is done and we can start
Yep.
then on push on it.
We do realize you've lost one of your staff there, and that's gonna take a bit of a adjustment, but
Correct.
hopefully, that's the only one you're losing. And we
Correct.
can
Yes,
move forward.
yes.
Okay, I think that's important. We need to get that done, and we need to be on top of it in order to know that we can proceed with this.
Richard, can you not have?
I do help. Just minute.
You can jump in there. Can you, because they don't hire you for months? But I do have a question for, when is the deadline where you can no longer use that shed?
October 1st, 2027.
October 1st for sure?
Yeah, it's in writing from the engineer.
What year?
2027.
Okay, so.
But it has to be built before that.
And the concept would be, the new one is built, and so the transition is moving out of the existing one. And the other one is tore down, so that there's a transitional period, so you don't wanna have equipment sitting outside where
Right,
we gotta get it, yeah.
so what are we going to do if the books don't get done in time?
folks will get on time.
Books will
They
get
will
done.
be done.
I just,
We will
we
guarantee.
just need Adam to have the time to do it.
I will get the folks done, come hook or by crook, I will do it.
Sorry, I just like to have plan A and plan.
No, there is no plan B, the plan A is for me to get the damn thing done.
Okay, all right, okay.
So in 2024, the former maintenance supervisor and the road supervisor and I met with the engineers, and we did everything we could to extend life with
That's right.
6x6 beams, planking, design, and we're done, there's nothing left.
But I thought the game plan, Dave, was that we could build the new one with the existing one still there, is that?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
goal, and then we would move out of that one into the new one, which should be turnkey. So when it's done, everything is ready to go.
Right, I just wanted to verify.
That's the goal.
Okay,
What type of funding is available for this infrastructure? Is there anything right now or? I mean,
there's federal money out there for infrastructure. I don't know whether we're not in a position to file for it if we don't have the backup information to supply them.
Well, we can go ahead and start to look at funding options, and that's part of what the consultant is doing, looking at funding streams for us. That's part of their role that we hired them to be as part of the consulting contract, so they're also helping to look for funding. Agencies, funding opportunities, grant opportunities. So I can't speak to specifically what's out there, except for the fact that our consultant is looking into ideas of ways to get us different grants, and it could go various different ways if we decide to go. If there's a opportunity or a benefit, for lack of a better word, to go, let's say, net zero. There's gonna be grants out there for that, but the grants outweigh the cost of doing the project. Right, so I mean, if you can get a $10 million grant, that's gonna cost you 50 million to do, it's probably not gonna be worth doing, right?
Yeah.
So it's just one of those ideas where you have to weigh the options about what grants are available and why you would take it. Or if it's a benefit to take it, kind of idea, so those things are gonna be available, and that's what some of the things the consultants is looking into for us.
Good.
So the consultant is the same JL Richards that did our design,
Correct.
but they're not necessarily going to be the contractors.
They will not be the contractor, no, they're providing us with, they're gonna end up basically providing us with the schematic and what they want built, and then they would probably go for tender to figure out who would be the actual contractor to build the building, based off the specs they provide.
Right.
They are probably, if I remember reading the document correctly, they would be the white hat on on the project, meaning that they would be the overseers, making sure that things went right on it. If I remember the contract correctly.
Will they approve the contractor then that does the building?
That would be a matter of what we decide to put into the tender,
Normally what would happen is we would tender it. They would review then all the tender results and they would recommend a contractor from the tender results. And then it would go to council, and council would accept the recommendation, and we would proceed that way.
suffice it to say, significant input.
Well, they're a contractor too, so will they be probably involved?
JL Richards is an engineering firm. They're not a contracting
They're
firm.
not a contractor. And
But we are committed to $150,000 right now for the design drawings,
Yes,
but that's it. And we can't get any more until our books are done, right?
Correct.
Yeah. This is,
That's
no,
the way it
that's
works.
Yeah.
not, but that's not,
It's not necessarily 100% true.
We can apply for funding, they could
I,
work through it.
you may be able to qualify for debentures still. All we know for sure is that some of our normal funding streams have been cut off temporarily, but that does not mean we can't get a provincial debenture, per se.
and say that provincial funding streams have been cut off. It's not that. They're just being withheld.
With help. Yes, sorry.
We don't lose money.
We're gonna get any money.
We're gonna get the money back.
Eh?
just we're not
We're gonna get
Yeah,
any of
but
the
I
money
mean,
that they're.
we just got a slight delay.
Yeah.
Correct, correct. It's a slight delay.
Yeah.
And it does not mean we cannot apply for a provincial debenture, if that's the route we choose to go. And quite frankly, for a $9 million building, I'm not sure that we'd be able to qualify walking down to Bank of Montreal and getting a $9 million bank loan. I think we'd have to look at something like a debenture because it's a fairly substantial amount. So I can't.
Right now, move ahead.
It's gonna take research and I haven't done that research yet, but it's going to, in my opinion, I believe that we'd be looking at something like a venture to do it. I don't think that we are able to walk into the bank and qualify for a $9 million loan. Even if we had both audits done ready right now, I don't think that our capital and where we stand in our bank accounts would ever allow us at this point to get a $9 million loan.
Right, do we have any other questions on that?
I have one. I'd like to ask Dave if, so we don't get started to build until October. And we have 1 year to do it. And we're going into the winter.
Yep. There's gonna be a commercial portable on site. There's gonna be 3 heated porta potties. There's gonna be a very grumpy, angry, upset roads department and Parks and Recreation department.
They get the outside still.
And there'll be a ticket, you have to decide who gets to use it first or second. And then you're gonna have a frustration roads crew who are currently they've had already once we had one door get stuck, we got it fixed, but they had to have a plow outside -30 with a plugged into an extension cord. With sand freezing in the box, it's not easy, so I'll use a perfect example, when the Billings Fire Department had to be rebuilt. They moved the fire trucks from the fire station, because it was demolished, to the public works garage, and they kept the plows outside, because determining critical infrastructure, you cannot have a fire truck freeze. It was an extra 45 minutes to an hour preheating trucks before they could start their route. Plus the ongoing stress of hydraulic lines that aren't warm, like there's multiple factors, right? It's not, I mean, you would make it work, but it's not the best solution. You know,
Or you could just get the engineering firm to say, all right, fine, you're only gonna be another 3 months, 6 months, and recertify the building.
we've already done that twice. I don't know if they do it again.
Well, if they knew that the other one was sitting there
They
getting
might.
ready to go, sure they would.
Well, I guess I have to ask the question, what would happen if they said leave and we said no? And we had we were like 6 weeks away from moving into the other building.
That's right.
What's the possible issue? I'm not suggesting that we do that, but I mean, if we got the building 95% done and they're done.
You may get into an issue though with health and safety and labor, where your staff now say it's not a safe space, the engineer stamped it, they're not gonna be in there.
Okay, I
that's
don't
an
think, I
answer.
don't think we're gonna get into
That's an answer.
rehashing that, the question's been asked, but we do have the resources there, it's a matter of having somebody recognize that and move forward, so I don't see a problem.
I've never seen Ron grumpy.
Just you wait. February 18th next year when he's in the water potty, we'll talk to him after.
I'm hopeful and confident that 9 million will be coming down.
Okay, moving on, because we have to get going. Is there any question with respect to the church? That's committed funds. 300,000 is purchase price, 10,000 is any extra legal costs. If you associated with it, any questions?
I think, yeah, you have showed it as financing, I think we didn't do that in the original goal, so that's good.
Okay, moving on, Spring Bay Hall, $5,000.
The 3, right? So that's gone.
It's gone,
We,
still have to do the assessment.
it was on the table, yeah.
Why?
Well, if we're gonna look even for another group to use the building, we still have to do the assessments on them.
We will know better after the election. But we're still in the business, and we have to do our due diligence to prepare if we keep it.
So this is the priority 3. Are we saying that we keep this?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's the statement.
Okay, moving down, Province Bay Master Plan, 50,000.
I'd like to speak to that for a second, if I may. I was talking with our EDO, and she's been talking to people about the waterfront master plan. And once that master plan is created, basically she would be able to use some of that information from the waterfront master plan to obtain some funding that would probably include upgrades and potential expansion of the boardwalk. A cohesive signage and branding package, including Discovery Center, pedestrian bridge, refreshed design and branding beach area, expanded parking and improved sidewalks. So basically, a lot of the things that are being mentioned in other parts of the capital budget would come into play once the master plan is done. Some of these things we might be able to get funding for.
That's right.
So this is a two-part item, because I think that should you decide to deal with the master plan next year, you can put off some of these other items I just mentioned for 2027, while the 2026 master plan gets done. I just think that to try and look at some of these other items is probably putting the cart before a horse if you don't look at the master plan first.
Or do you stay with the master plan and don't worry about the other items? And get that
And
master
that's
plan
where I'm going with
Because
this.
once the master plan's in place, then there might open up funding opportunities for the other jobs, so.
I'm just saying that the decision you're making on the master plan has broader implications than just saying the master plan. It will affect other items in the capital budget. That's the only point I'm trying to make here.
I agree with that.
It's not me saying to keep it or not to keep it, that's just me trying to point that out.
Any other questions with respect to that?
Well, I think it's correct that we'd have to have the whole plan before they're gonna take a look at the piecemeal plan, so like you see it stay there.
The RFP document is almost complete. Patricia was working on that. And Rose and I have grabbed the rest of the document and we've met and we're almost ready to go to tender. Just waiting on budget approval, and we could have that out 1st of March. To start.
Myself personally, I'd like to see that plan stay in because it does affect an awful lot of the infrastructure work that we want to do in property space. So, I just assume keep that in, so.
So if I may ask,
I'm in agreement.
is the 50,000 still in the budget?
There would be 50,000 this year and 50,000 for reserve, so it'd be 100,000 to start the process.
All good.
Yeah.
That's something I did not realize.
There should have been 50,000 allocated last year, Adam.
So that would mean that this total cost of 100,000.
Yep.
With 50,000 in reserves.
So that's 100,000 now?
Yeah.
No, but see, the thing is, Dave, it doesn't work like that. Like, we don't just, because it's in last year's budget, doesn't mean that it carries forward to the reserves. If it's specifically allocated to go into reserves at year end, then yes, it's there.
I think it was in 24 and 25. I just don't know if it was done.
It was not allocated to go into the reserves.
Was there any specific, was it? I'll have to
I don't
look,
believe
because
so.
I
I don't
don't
believe
know
so.
whether it was a specific, just an allocation to reserves. Or whether it was expected to be started and that was supposed to be expensed
I
in
will,
that
I will
year.
double check that. So today's point, it could be something along the lines of we put $50,000 in for the playground equipment and we put $200,000 in for the boardwalk. I don't recall $50,000 being put in for the master plan last year.
I have the
I will double
2025,
check it.
I have the 2025, committee of the whole, January 30th. There's a line item right here, 50,000, 2 reserves for the master.
Okay, then that's the answer.
I thought there was there too.
Okay, then that's the answer. I just didn't remember that. So that's
All right, so then that 50,000 changes to 100,000.
other
With
reserves.
No, 100,000 for total cost with the 50,000 for reserves.
Like this.
That's just for the master
Yeah.
plan.
That's just
Yeah.
for the master plan.
150, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got.
And
Yeah.
that is comparable, the recreation infrastructure costing was about 150. So, is 100 enough? That's ballpark? Don't know. Put it up for tender and you find out it's not enough, then we come back to council.
Well, you're right there, Dave. Looking at the accumulated surplus, there was $100,000 that was taken out of the infrastructure, recreation infrastructure account.
So just making a small point, the front staircase on the Prague Hall was stalled off from being retendered for the purpose of waiting for this master plan so that it could all tie in together. So. Yeah.
So, can I clarify, so if we got $100,000 here for the master plan, but that stops all the other stuff just below it here on the list, eh?
No, not really, it stops one item,
Okay,
just stops one item.
well,
which is a quarter million.
eh?
The only thing it's gonna stop is the ramp and waterproof. Cause it's,
Okay,
it's all
so,
dependent,
yeah.
it's all dependent on the sidewalks, right?
That's right.
All right, so we're all right with the master plan. Moving on to the next one, there's just Providence Bay Hall.
Okay.
So you're saying that the ramp and waterproofing can go.
And go for this year.
All right,
We're keeping the master plan.
We're not gonna keep that.
It of course isn't going to change anything as far as our available funds are concerned, because we're gonna finance it anyways.
As well as I think you could take out the drawings for accessibility washrooms downstairs and accessibility washrooms.
So that was a motion for council to do that as part of the BCA and the AOD audit. For an accessible, it's not, everyone thinks it's just for one side of the building and this side. It's one accessible bathroom to service the lower part of the hall.
Yeah. So we just gotta work with the other rental group down there.
So
Who do we have down there at this point?
we have the Twilight Club and we have an agreement with the Providence Bay Springway Lions Club.
Oh, I thought they were upstairs.
No, they're the old library.
And they're the ones that come forward and want the washroom.
So the seat, so
Like I said, yeah.
we'll separate the two groups. We're not even talking about that. Even this, from this perspective, has nothing to do with who's using the space. There was an AODA audit completed on that building and a building condition assessment, and they identified that the two bathrooms downstairs in the twilight side of the building are not accessible compliant. They need to be changed out. So it doesn't matter who's using the space. Those groups can leave and a new group can come in. But if we're gonna have that lower space available to anybody to use, it needs to meet accessibility requirements, no different than the rest of our halls and buildings. Also, part of that report also includes proper counter heights for the kitchen. There's multiple steps to do that, but the first step would be, let's look at the bathroom and design the bathroom. That is something that was started when I was under George's direction, and it's something that's continuing forward. Whether the Province Bay Springway Alliance stuff has access to it, or the Seniors Club has, it doesn't relevant. It's the building that is owned by the municipality and requires to have an accessible bathroom, and we don't have one. So if we want to continue moving forward with accessible compliance, it's something we need to look at. If council does not want us to go down that route, then I'll just take a step back and I'll wait for council to say, okay, we're not gonna look at accessible at these buildings, and I'll wait for further steps. But right now, the direction we have from council, from a motion, is to look at accessibility in that building.
Well, we have accessibility upstairs already, so.
They always go up the ramp and go around and go to the washroom.
I don't see that we need to
Yeah.
be pushing for these this year. Wait till we have a master plan done and see what we need done.
So the building will be left unlocked all the time then for the lower level to have access? Because the facility upstairs does have rentals and it's keyed. If we're gonna have the accessible bathroom lower half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question for you is, so if we don't have the bathrooms downstairs, what happens?
We're not compliant, we could get sued.
What are we doing in Mindamoy Hall? It's not compliant either.
Yeah, well, I understand that. All our halls are supposed to be brought up to code. We're working slowly and one at a time. And when we get to Sandfield, the only thing that building needs is an accessible front door. That building will be fully compliant.
Right.
With a power button. It's got a fully accessible bathroom, it meets all the compliance, right? So
So we are talking about the Twilight Club, and they're older than I am, maybe even older than you, Richard.
Oh, I doubt it.
there's been statements made that the Twilight Club doesn't want. It's irrelevant. It's the building that's owned by the municipality. If we're gonna meet compliance and accessibility upgrades, either it's something we're gonna continue moving forward or something we're not, but there's an motion from council to do it.
In other words, we can just close it downstairs off and it won't be accessible to anybody, right?
Well, we could sit with that same attitude. We could close all our buildings then, because they're not accessible.
Well, no, I'm just,
Right.
but that's what I mean, like,
Yeah.
we do or we don't.
For the sake of argument, I think just leave it as is and then let's go forward and see.
I really don't think we could solve that here tonight,
No,
and probably we would just flip it back to staff and
Okay.
for now.
yes.
So are we not getting drawings for accessible bathroom?
For the master plan.
Is it gonna be part of the master plan?
It's nothing, the master plan has nothing to do with the accessibility of that building.
No, this is,
Two separate topics.
my suggestion is leave it in for now, so.
So we're keeping the 15,000 then?
Yeah.
And we're keeping the 60?
Do you want us to do the work? You want us to get the designs and drawings for the work?
Drawings and designs.
Yeah. Only. So we're gonna cut to 60,000?
Yeah.
Drawings only, okay?
Eric, let's make sure we've got agreement here.
Well, the drawings would be a start, and then you know what you have to do, and that can be priced. So,
Now, the 60,000 ballpark price was actually given by Tully when they were there for the BCA.
okay. So now we're gonna go to the design stage.
So 60 goes then.
Okay with me.
As for refinishing, what's wrong with it?
The hardwood floor is end of life. There's sections of the wood that are now peeling and popped out, and it's becoming a safety concern.
Slivers in your feet?
Yes. It's used by the seniors program. It's used for dancing classes, Tai Chi, yoga. No different than, we service the Minnemoya floor. It's just part of the, I mean, we discussed in our meeting whether that should be a maintenance item or whether it should be a capital item because of the cost. It's not really a capital improvement, it's a maintenance improvement on the building, but anything over 1,000 or 5,000, we typically put to capital, right?
I would say it stays in,
I would agree with that.
because otherwise, we're gonna have nothing.
Okay, roof shingles,
That should stay in.
Does it need a roof? Have you put a roof on, like?
It needs a roof. Yeah.
If we're gonna do the floors, and we might as well have a roof to it.
all right, what's the new total for that section?
New total for that section is $105,000. So basically, we're talking 15 for the drawings, 40 for the dance floor, 50 for the shingles.
All right, Promise Bay Arena. On to that. Any questions?
Just a comment, the arena in itself is never expected to be closed, so you still have to have that inspection. The question is whether you put the flowing ceiling back up. So I don't think that's a decision that could actually be made right now. But for argument's sake, I would say put it back in.
Well, leave it in.
Okay, all right, we'll move on to the next one, which is the Minnemoy Hall.
Leave open.
The least we need in that hall is a cage lift. Really, to make it compliant. Like everybody was talking about an elevator for $1 million. Well, to make us compliant, we need a cage lift in there. And I guess it wouldn't say it come to a head, but there was, I guess, a wake or a celebration of life, and quite a few people couldn't get into that building because of that. So we need something there, and there's some good cage lifts on the market now for a quarter of the price of an elevator.
Can I provide some clarity, your worship?
Sure.
So that $1.1, $1,110,000, that's not the elevator. That is the total price that staff has brought to council. There's been some confusion. That includes the cost of the accessibility upgrades, a lift of some sort, elevator, chairlift, doesn't matter, the hydro upgrade, because it doesn't have the proper hydro, 4 independent electric furnaces or heat pumps as directed by council to replace the hot water boiler that's in there, that's at the end of life, that was built in the early 80s. So there's multiple steps to this project. And there's no point starting with $200,000 and just doing the electrical upgrade if you don't have a plan for where the dressing room or the furnaces are gonna be installed. Because if the furnaces get installed, you now have to change your location for storage, for chairs, tables. You might actually have to take part of the space from the Lions Club in the basement to be able to set it up. You also have to look at, for proper accessible upgrades, you now have to have a full-size adult accessible bathroom, which requires different spacing. So the whole building is gonna require a full design change, including not just the elevator, but starting with hydro upgrade, locations of the furnaces, the HVAC furnace upgrade, and then the accessibility side. That $1.1 amount is a multiple step process of $200,000 every year with staff looking towards grant applications. Once we have that money, then we initiate and start the process. But right now, we're still at the preliminary stage. That came from, there was a HVAC presentation to council. The council decided, I remember sitting here with George and debating on, do we do roof mounted, do we do heat pumps, and it was determined, I think it was around the 600,000 was the best plan for the 4 furnaces. That included the removal of the boiler. Then the second step was discussion for accessibility. Well, there's no point putting in an elevator or a chairlift or nothing if the rest of the building doesn't meet compliance. For accessibility, you need to have separation between materials on the floor, proper signage, proper railings. Accessibility, right now you can't even access the stage. You now have to have accessibility to the stage. Like there's multiple steps, right? For some reason, we're throwing on this idea, it's $1 million for an elevator. It's not $1 million elevator, it's a multi-step project to bring that hall up to compliance for accessibility, HVAC, and to be a multi-use for longer term, to extend the life of that building. The elevator is just one component. I already met with an electrician, and he said, you probably need to bring in an 800 amp service. We don't even know if we can get power down the highway to get that much hydro here. So there's multiple steps needed to be able to meet all the elements, because drawing all the hydro for the 4 furnaces could put too much of a current on your elevator. So there's a whole design schematic that has to be included as part of this process. And I believe there was staff reports presented. I know Patricia worked really hard to provide the information to council, but for some reason there's been a misunderstanding. It's $1 million elevator. That's not the case at all.
Okay, this is just for amounts to be put into reserve
That's correct.
towards that project.
That's correct.
There's going to be no construction next year. It's just an amount that we're going to budget to put into reserves to move
So
forward.
once again, this council does nothing.
Well,
Basically,
it's not that
that's
this council does nothing. It's just we're setting this up so that it can happen. If you don't put money into reserves, this project will never move forward.
It's our only large place in our municipality. So I think we should leave it in.
This is the only building in an emergency that will take the population. It has no air conditioning in it. The only building here is this one and the fire hall.
We have access to the public school as well.
But that's the only 2. So we've been at this now for almost 4 years. Done nothing.
Just for clarity, Your Worship, this project was initiated in the budget year of 2024. So this is the 3rd year of starting this.
You know what? I'm just never mind. It's just a waste of time.
No, it's not.
It is, because we've talked about this before. And meanwhile, we got a building that is not accessible.
Well, it was sure packed full the last time I went.
Yeah, and there was a lot of complaints over some people trying to get into that building for it.
If we set money aside, then they will be able to get in.
Yeah.
I'd like to leave it in and
We'll leave it in for now.
continue on with it.
Yeah.
All right, new roof and chimney.
Well, it was no use planning any of the rest of it without a roof and a chimney.
All right, so everything remains. Let's move down to the minimal arena.
Now, I think that we're committed on the low E ceiling. We've accepted the grant money, so there's an expectation that number 1 gets done, the low E ceiling removal. I think the only thing you have to discuss here is your painted steel beams.
Well, depends on if it needs it or not.
Yeah, that's just, I was gonna say, we can't solve that one until we remove the, and do the inspection to see if it needs to be done.
Well, if the inspection, no matter what the inspection says, yay or nay, you still have the decision to make whether you would paint or not. Right? So I mean, the report can't say you should paint, doesn't mean you do it. So I mean, your choice is still whether you wanna invest what are we saying, $160,000 if it comes back. As a, thou shall have to fix that. And that's the case.
Well, I'd leave it in, we're not gonna be using, reserves to do it, we're gonna finance it by the looks of things here.
I agree too, that should be left in, but it is a BCA, it's not structural.
No, there was a structural report with that.
Yeah, but it wasn't that high.
The initial structural,
Yeah, the 160 was
it
that?
was like $1.3 million
Oh,
worth.
yeah, over the,
This was just one piece of that report.
but this was a BCA because.
Yeah, the paint amount came out of
Yeah.
the VCA, but the structural actually lists. They actually recommended that we did all the structural inspection before we even started fixing that wall.
Right.
But then the wall moved, so we actually had to move on fixing the wall right away, right? To be able to be open. But part of that was if you're gonna go in and start looking at the structural components, you look at that wall as well and determine what needs to be changed for snow loading.
And my point was, Dave, that I can go back and get the structural.
Right.
But I don't think they were looking at some structural on the wood. But it wasn't the paint. That was under the BC. But I'm still, no, I still want it in there, but I was just commenting that 160 is not really structural, that's the condition.
I don't even know honestly if the 160 is gonna be enough till they start looking.
No.
Right, we don't, I mean, it's a ballpark number at that, I think at that time, once we have the report back, the low ceiling is down. The plan is to start it right away in April. Get moving on it, get the report back, and then we can determine what next steps are. Do we wanna invest doing the rust proofing and the remediation work for a building that we may not have in 10 years, 15 years, right? Like you have to look at the cost value versus, you know, they may say that they may even say, you shall, you may, you must. They may recommend, they may say you have to, it all depends, right? A lot of times when it comes down to these structural remediation work, it's best practice, right? It's to extend the life of the facility, to try and reduce corrosion, rust, deterioration, right?
Well, there's nothing harm to leave it in there for now.
Yeah, I'd rather wait for the thou shalt. And if it's a thou shalt, then we can make a decision on whether we're going to spend the money. If it's you must, so we don't have to, but shall is the big one.
All right, we're gonna leave it in. And we will move on to Sandfield School. Anybody questions with respect to the accessible doors that are needed?
That's great.
No.
We need that according to Dave, and that gives us one building at least that has everything up to speed.
Yeah, it's an easy win for council, it's an easy win for the municipality, the building would become fully compliant at that point.
All right, moving on, municipal complex. Slap new coat of paint. That's something that I would think wouldn't be that high on the priority list. That could be removed.
It can be removed, Denise, yeah, it's just part of the next step, you know, we've done the lighting upgrades, we're doing the
Yeah.
accessibility and that. You know, as the maintenance staff, there's a couple offices that need to touch up paint, we can do that in spring. The thought was, you know, if we're gonna get painting, get the whole building done. It hasn't had a fresh coat of paint, like a major well, do you remember last time was
Yeah, when we did the addition.
when they did the addition, yeah.
Looks pretty good in this room.
Well, but there's some touch ups, but yeah.
Okay, well, we can remove that 50,000, that's not that important. Okay, let's move on to the next, new recreational complex, grant application, project management, design team.
So if I can provide some information to council on this. The next steps if the recreation master plan is the design stage. So if council wants to continue pursuing down the road of this new complex, there needs to be design elements that go into it, and that's when we start to actually get into true costing. So when the recreation master plan or infrastructure plan was presented to council, it was like a class D costing, very low, right? If you want to start fine tuning design elements, how you're gonna incorporate into the existing ball fields and parking and all that, you go from where we had basically little blocks that give it the location, and we actually get into a design schematic, where you actually see like, 3D prints of the building, and then this team would then assist with then having the design component complete, the total costing, and then assist with the grant application and funding. They would be working with the municipal staff to basically manage the project and go to the next stage, continue moving forward when grants become available. We're working with that municipal partnership with our neighboring municipalities to continue moving the project rather than stalling it out. It's just the next step of the project.
Are we committed to third line for this, or
We can use anybody.
it'd be an RFP out for?
I mean, of course, they would want us to be their choice because they have the research, they've got all the background, they've already got preliminary, but it would go out for design.
If I may. Even in the best case scenario, you're looking, you get a 90-10 split on it. You still have to have $7 million. At this point, we'd have to start putting money aside. And by the time you create this, grant application, project management designs, is the costing still relevant by the time you get your $7 million in your back pocket and your portion of a 10%? That's assuming that you get rainbow and unicorn funding that gives you a 90-10 split. It's gonna be more like probably a 75-25 split, which means you're looking at $14-15 million, maybe a little bit more. Is the costing gonna be relevant if you do that report next year?
Sure.
From the perspective from the consultants, of course, consultants are gonna try and sell you, but if you do not have a shovel-ready project that you can pull and say, let's go, which is the next step, we're gonna miss out on every opportunity for a grant or funding or anything, right? So it's the next step of being ready. No different than the Providence Beach master plan. Well, we have that plan ready to go, and we have our preliminaries of what we want to do for accessibility upgrades, waste management, parking, sidewalks, the master plan overall, and then how to implement it. You have that main document, and then you can move on, right? But right now we've got ballpark, we've basically been able to justify the need for it.
Yeah.
And come up with a solution or a potential location or site.
Yeah.
But that's basically where we're at. There's nothing next, like no next steps.
So if we get our $5 million in our back pocket first and work on getting the second $2 million, while we're trying to get that second $2 million, at that point, we could probably get this plan dealt with and done. And the costing would at least be close to being relevant at that point. Right now, we're gonna get costing for something we're gonna do 10 years from now. We still need to get the money in our back pocket to even be close to, I mean, being shovel ready is great. Like Dave said, we can't apply for funding, but the truth is that with no money, you can't apply for funding anyway. Like, I mean, we have to have our share ready to go to apply for funding. So we're not there yet.
And you can't apply for the funding without having the design and have everything ready to go. So there's a
chicken and egg.
Chicken and an egg.
chicken and egg, right?
It is a chicken and an egg.
Yeah.
My point is that it may not be the most urgent thing to do this week, especially since there's no way we're gonna have the money ready by next year. Right? I mean, even if we push this off to 2027, we're not gonna have like our share of a down payment ready for 2020 and the 2026.
We've got 5 to 10 years to be pulling it together.
I would speak to keeping it, leaving it in, because the history, last time we had a design and we were trying to get ready to go shovel ready, we had almost $1 million, 950 or 60,000. And that was turned down. We couldn't get any money.
If I may, then I would recommend more that you put the money into reserve and keep it in reserve with a specific purpose and use it closer to the date that you're getting ready to build, as opposed to doing it now for a project that is significantly in the future.
I mean, look, if I may, we've never ever actually had a meeting on that plan. We still don't even have the groundwork in place to even try to implement that plan. So why would we go to a design stage when we haven't got everything else worked out?
I mean, Richard, how are you making out with the conversation with the other municipalities? And,
For the arena complex,
yeah,
nowhere really.
no,
That's right, because we've got a problem trying to deal with our neighbors next door here, who I think are a key component to it. Because they're kind of leaderless at the moment, and they're going into an election this fall. I don't think we're gonna get a decision. So,
Nowhere's near.
Could we keep it and put it into what Adam, you suggested?
I don't think we're gonna have the money to do it anyways, to be honest with you, from what I've seen through here.
What do you mean?
Well, it's just because it's in here doesn't mean we have the money to put in a reserve.
in other words, the roads building is gonna take out a big
All
chunk,
roads are, okay,
and that's
and,
Yeah.
That's right.
okay,
There is no
Got it.
any
But
spirit.
I mean, we've already proceeded through, we have a report, the whole 9 yards. It's until you get all the other components of the report in place. There's no sense of trying to go through a design where all the numbers are gonna change anyway. So I'm in agreement with, Adam, that it's not as important right now. Wait until it is relevant, and then we have big numbers to apply for grant applications and stuff. That's what I'm saying.
So is it the wish of council that item gets removed for this fiscal year?
I'm not in favor of that. Simply because if you don't,
start somewhere.
it's like putting it in reserve. And if you don't get a design, then you're not gonna get the application for money. And yeah, it's gonna be a number of years away. But that 100,000 could be put in a fund, in reserve for the new recreation complex. Maybe you don't do design this year, you won't.
Next
But you-
council could just take it out of the reserve and use it for something else, so it doesn't
Well,
really
they
make any difference.
They
Like,
might and they might not,
no, I'm just saying they could, so
well,
putting it in, taking it out,
What
doesn't really
if-
make
what
that
if-
much difference.
you can't.
Call the question.
Okay, those in favor of leaving it in? 3,
Yeah.
4, stays in.
Moving on. Capital lights, streets, docks, parks, is there any comment on the 6,000? Normally we budget 2 new street lights every year.
We need a third one for Richard.
Don't forget to.
All right, moving on. Okay, wharf capital improvements, pretty small, any questions?
We need a new raft.
So. Well, yeah. Here's the reality of it, okay, so. Last year we had the raft out there and we never had the ladder on the raft and we didn't get a single complaint all summer. And nobody used it. However, now that we've added Splash Town and there's a new attraction there and it's continuing to go, that's just my opinion, but the public has their say. It's an over level of service that's not being utilized. Do we need to have a raft? It'd be a lot less maintenance for my guys. We wouldn't have to have a boater's license. There's multiple, right? However, that level of service has always been there. If it's the wishes of council not to have a swim raft at that location, then I will not replace it. We will just use the one we have. I'll patch it as much as I can. It needs a couple floats. And when it's done, it's done.
Well, they do have alternate means of.
There's lots of entertainment down there. Yeah, they don't need a raft.
Okay, let's take it out.
What do we do if splash pad not there?
I guess we can explore later on down the road.
Okay, so remove
Remove
the,
swim raft out of the budget. Sure.
Yeah.
I will see if we can doctor it together. It needs some floats and some material, and we might be able to get one more season out of it, but if it doesn't happen, then. Okay,
All right, where are we now? $30,000 for a.
Talk about the pier ladder?
that's a safety concern. The current ladder that's attached to the Sandfield pier,
sucks.
it
big time.
sucks. And if somebody was to fall off the
And
end,
I should know, cause I use it.
they would have a hard time getting up.
It's really deep there too.
It would be the same ladder that's installed on the government pier, which I don't know why it was never installed when the municipality took over that site. The municipality has now replaced all the dock pumpers last year. We have all new cribbing and stuff. The pressure treated, or the elm, not pressure treated, elm. Yeah.
So raise the ladder for Denise.
Yes.
And
Well, it's hard to get up on the job, you gotta climb up, and then you gotta grab a baller, and you gotta.
For the
fly
residents of
on top, and
Sandfield.
it's a Safe situation.
This is employee benefit, that's okay.
Yeah,
Yes, $1,500.
Yeah, well, it's out of galvanized, it's custom built, and then it has to be welded and installed.
Do we code this to employee benefits or just?
there
No, okay.
Sign that said, don't swim off the docks.
already is a no swimming sign now,
Well, what do you need a ladder for?
cause active
Let's
safety.
move on here.
There's none of them climbing ladders.
Alright, let's move on, guys, die. Minnemoy Lake and Providence Bay Change House. Billion accessible
What kind
water.
of use is, there isn't one there now, is there, or is there an older one there?
We made a motion already to have it built.
There was a preliminary design presented to council or a costing to have it designed. And it came over budget, and council decided rather than repurposing an old building, we would go for costing for replacement. So the 30,000 is for design. And once the design comes in, then we go to the next stage, which is project tendering, which is then built, more likely will be a project of the new council.
So this 30,000 is for houses, change houses at both locations?
No, that's just for Mindemoy.
How come this is Minnemoy and Providence Bay?
That's just always the way the line item is presented in the budget.
Oh, okay,
See, if you look underneath your worship, it says Mindemoy Beach Pavilion,
all right.
Just for the design.
design only.
Didn't they already get a new washroom in the money?
No, we never did it.
No, nothing.
We went for, so once again, a building that's not accessible, so we went for repurposing the existing building, putting in one accessible bathroom, one family bathroom, one staff storage room. The pricing came out like 40,000, 45,000 for redesigning the building, when you can have the same design cost for a brand new one, right? And we've already invested the money for the water system over there with the upgrade with the holding tank and the new well and all that, so.
Is that working out okay?
So far, yeah. Well, no more in the spring, because it's closed right now, right? So
So it's a design,
it's a design only.
so suggest we leave it in.
I think with their splash party
Yes.
there that we need that facility, so.
So that's a key.
Alright, moving on, parks and playgrounds. You know, welcome signs,
And that
or
was,
should or three,
and that was an item that, our EDOs said that would probably be accessible for funding once the Providence Bay Master Plan was done.
They were in.
If,
Leave it or wait for the master plan?
Yeah. That's
Wait for
right.
the master plan.
Great.
Go ahead, Rose.
No, welcome sign is, we've talked about this for the last 4 or 5 years, have we not, new signs?
We
What
cut,
do
we
we
cut
need
them
it
down,
for?
we cut them down last year with a chainsaw because they weren't safe.
I got,
When the one we just touched it, and
Yeah.
it just fell over.
Did anybody say that they didn't know where Minnemoy was?
There's an MTO sign.
MTO signs.
And can we try and leave the new welcome signs in the budget for now? Or
yes. Yeah, let's stay in.
$80,000 for a sign to tell you
No,
where
but,
you
no,
are?
but Sarah, but our EDO said she could probably get funding for it, because Gore Bay got funding for their new signs, big
Yeah.
eye.
once the master plan is complete.
Well,
Yes.
why do we have to have that master plan in place for 2 signs?
Because
Well, actually,
master
there's
plan
3
will be able to
signs.
get funding.
one for each community, and part of that can be funded, Sarah has talked to, NOHC, Lamback, all the funders, they said the signages could be covered through funding. So until we know what's going on in Providence Bay, we can't have an overall design, cause you want your designs to match. You wanna have a cohesive signage strategy across the municipality.
And these signs are only for Minnemoy. West, east and north.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're not for, Providence is a sign
Oh,
too.
I thought that was part of the whole.
No.
I must have misread
I
that.
did
Just,
too, I thought it was.
welcome sign.
Based on two.
No, that's just for
Okay,
the three
leave
Minnemoy.
it in there,
All right,
let's move
Cory.
along here.
All right.
All right. Charles Bay Playground replacement to reserve.
So
50,000.
the last 2 years, we put $50,000 in this equipment.
So putting this in would bring $150,000 in the reserve.
I believe so, yes.
How much is it gonna cost to replace that whole?
Over 500,000 is what the
Yeah.
estimate is.
Yeah.
And we've already exceeded the expected useful life on it, according to the assessment.
Did you guys put that in there last time? What did it cost at that point?
260,000 dollars.
But there was also quite a component that was discounted, was it not?
Pardon?
Was there not a large portion that was discounted?
No, that's the actual number.
Two
With
hundred
the
fifty thousand?
discounts, no, it was $260,000. With both parties putting,
And volunteer labor, right? No?
no labor, it was all volunteer.
That's what I mean, volunteer labor, so you gotta include the cost,
Hey,
you gotta, to replace it, you gotta include the cost to remove the old one,
Municipal staff, but
build a new one.
you know, yeah,
municipality would be on the hook for a labor component where you guys weren't, is it?
Probably around 500,000.
That's the assessment that came back.
well, yeah, because you'd have to take everything off the structure underneath.
Yes, correct,
It's all welded.
All right, leave it in, take it out.
They were in.
Okay, next one, Moby mat. That's the one that's supposed to go down to the beach. That's the one you had asked, food.
That one, I think, I have a hard time with this one because I was sort of in favor of it, but then with the water fluctuating up and down and everything else, I'm not sure if we actually need it there.
Any thoughts on that, Dave?
It's the weather over there is so unpredictable, right? Price now with the Moby mats, because they're coming to the US with the tariff cost, first we'd have to get approval to actually purchase something from the US. Plus the shipping, you're looking at about 9,000 right now for one. So at one time, we could get two for 10,000.
Rose?
I was gonna say no, and just because of the water going out so far, like one mat is gonna help. They want the mat right for the water.
Yeah.
So,
First time we put them in, we put them down to the water edge.
yeah,
They roll back.
Yeah.
What with the waves and all that.
that's right.
So the next time we put them in, we put them through the playground area. Along and kept them away from the edge. Because it's a great thing for lakes where there's no high winds, but down there.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of, we had those pegged in for 3 feet or whatever, and we still wore the damn mat, so. It just kept coming back, so that's why they don't go into the water. There's other devices, if you're looking at something in a portable wheelchair. The wheelchair actually goes into it and you can take the wheels and go into the lake with them, so. That's why we never pin them to the, down into the water.
Okay, leave it in, take it out.
Take care.
Take it out.
All right.
Pedestrian bridge.
Province Bay pedestrian bridge repair, that's for the OSIG.
That is the one item we thought we could include with that Providence Beach master plan for funding. It is needed, it's not a high priority, but it's for preventive maintenance, the rust on the paint, it's flaking. To do it properly, you have to suspend a net, close off the bridge, deal with the water work, and then sandblast and paint.
So that could wait until the next year?
It could, yeah.
Okay.
Let's
remove
take
it.
her out
All
then.
right,
And what about the Sandfield one?
That one is tied into waiting for assistance from Manitoulin Streams and the Lake Manitou Association. But there's been no really development on that. It was identified that the abutments are sinking. Your option is remove the bridge and don't have access to Picnic Island. Or remove the bridge, fix the abutments, put the bridge back. The 10,000 is just, or the 5,000, sorry, 10,000,
10,000.
that's just to tell us how to fix it.
It's just for a report.
Yeah.
So what's your recommendation then?
I for long-term planning of that site, I think we should keep it there.
So we need a report in order to do that.
Yeah.
Anybody object to that? Leave it in then.
okay, electrical panel housing replacement. Outside Old School Park.
So the current panel right now that's feeding from the pole to the little canteen building, and where Counselor Mitchell did all the work, is currently in a wooden box with squirrel holes going through it. And it's not secure, it's being zip tied closed, it should be a proper isolated waterproof panel. It was identified in a little visit from an electrician concerned about municipality's liability. So it should be
I'd be a
fixed.
bit concerned with
Yeah.
kids and
Yeah.
visitors and all that, so $5,000, we'll leave it in there.
Okay, I just wanted to go back and update a couple things here. So basically, since last time we reported here, we have removed the painting from municipal complex, making municipal complex 0. The other thing we did was for the wharf capital improvement section, we removed 5K from the swim raft. We kept the swim ladder, so that section is now reading $1,500 as opposed to the $6,500 it was before. And for parks and playgrounds, we removed 30,000 from the pedestrian bridge repairs, but we kept everything else.
No,
No, it's
and that
only
was
max.
moving that, so.
Oh, sorry, yes, I removed that. I just forgot to update that. Thank you. So that's $305,000 now in terms of parks and playgrounds.
So welcome center, outbuildings, 50,000.
Welcome center.
Dave, is any of the stuff,
So the ones
part
that
of
are,
the,
the ones that are in green are grant associated.
okay,
They have to happen, the grant's been received, it's in progress. Site visits are actually tomorrow for the accessibility.
They're ones that are noted 1A.
They're correct, the 1A is a must. The number ones is just to continue with completing that project.
1 second, Dave, can you please confirm, we have, Minimum Welcome Center covered bridge shingles require replacement, repair, broken stud enclosure. Is that also covered in the grant?
That's not covered in the grant, no,
So that should be a 1.
but it's a 1A because the shingles are now flying off the roof.
Okay, we worked on 1A because that was the stuff that was covered in the grant.
And the main building, Dave?
No, that's the little, that's the new covered bridge. We removed the old pedestrian bridge, so that's the only access to access the outbuildings.
So the shingles are coming off the bridge that,
The little covered building,
yeah.
yeah, they're cedar shakes,
Covered.
yeah, they're cedar shakes.
Just makes it look more antique.
So we have in the outbuildings, the stable building and the roofs, they need shingles. So, or not shingles, they need replaced, they're cedar shakes, they're gonna go with steel. The outbuildings then need jacked up and re-cemented because the footings are sitting in the ground, right in the dirt, they need new sills. And then barrier-free upgrades and an accessible ramp, which is all tied to that grant.
Is any of this work, is staff able to do some of it or not?
No, this is all gonna be tendered out. Hopefully one contractor does all 3 roofs at one time. One contractor hopefully does the accessible ramp concrete and then another contractor does all the doors.
So let's look at it first. $50,000 for 3 outbuildings.
Well, I don't think we can leave it sitting the way it is, can we, Dave?
No,
It's gotta be done.
yeah,
that 50,000 for the 3 outbuildings. There's no foundation there that's just sitting,
they were just sitting on the ground and gravel.
but
Yeah,
that one,
you'd have
that one pay for. Would that be enough to pay for the 3 buildings to get it up, but then it's all rotted at the bottom,
it's enough to start,
enough to start, yeah.
yeah. So you'd have to either, it's gonna be complicated, but either excavate. And then put it on cribbing, and jack it up, and then put a new block footing underneath it. And then backfill it, or. Dig it out, jack it up, put 2 I-beams under it, like there's different methods, but the goal is to get it out of the ground, they're rotting from underneath, they were never really put there properly years ago. But yeah,
But the original building probably lasted 100 years before they moved it there.
and then, so that, yeah, the building's very old, right? The newest building, the newest cedar log building is the one that Mr. Strain built, and it's built on a concrete footing. So it shouldn't have any issues with rotting in the ground, right? So,
Are we asking for any offsetting funds from the historical society?
We can afford $525.
$1,000.
Okay, is there any change to that section or can we move on?
Can move on.
I'm actually serious with that question. Fundraise, why can't they?
Okay, moving on, Harbor Center, BCA recommendations, all new windows.
when the windows are original to the building, they're wood trim, they're due for replacement. They're showing height, the signs of wear, the screens don't work anymore, they're done.
Well, you use that facility on a regular basis in the summer times.
It will help to reduce the hydro cost for heating in the winter if it's sealed properly. Right now, we've got plastic sheeting and blankets taped, you know.
Okay, I have to leave. Gonna let the vice chairman carry on from the important stuff and what's it? Yeah,
Well, Richard, we can break and if everybody is okay, we can reconvene tomorrow.
well, we have to get this done because we have to get our budget prepared, so.
Okay, so let's just finish the last one, the boardwalk, on the next page, and then we'll stop for tonight.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And that way we're finished that section. Sorry, Ron.
Sorry, John, that's it for enough.
He's learning things, we're gonna work together.
Sit
All
down.
right, so the last one in this section is the boardwalk. This is just an amount that's going into reserves for the replacement of the boardwalk.
So basically, just to recap, we started a new reserve for 2023 audit year, we put in 250,000. We had 200,000 in 24, I believe, 200,000 in 25. And because it's 2025's document here, so 2026 we're looking at another $200,000 ask. So that would be 400 plus 650,000 in our.
Not starting 2023.
Right in
5 years, 26.
Yeah,
I mean, it's.
so right now we have 650 and we're asking for over two.
Okay.
What was the overall cost on replacement versus around 2 mil, was it?
I have no idea, that was before my time, I don't know what the,
It was
The actual-
around there, so
I don't know what the actual budget. for-
around 600,000 could be our share of it.
You're getting yourselves all backed into the nooses here because that's not what we have. I'm looking at the accumulated surplus in 2023, which we just received the other day. There's only $250,000 in there under the boardwalk. So I don't know where all this other figures are coming.
Well, I know that when I was looking at the 2025 budget last year, they carried forward 2024 amount as well, so in 2024, we put 200,000 in. Last year, I know we put 200,000 in, or committed to put 200,000 in, the journal entry hasn't been made, but we committed to putting 200,000 in. So if we did those other two, that's an extra 400,000 on top of the 250 you have in your front of you.
So then you're at
That's 650,
Okay.
this would make it 850.
Yeah, which would almost be our share of any grant funding that we could find to do the overall project.
Assuming our $2 million is correct, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around there, but.
Okay, so that will stay in then and
Okay,
Just for a location on that, some advertising that was on TV the other day. Providence Bay Boardwalk is still the #1 place in Alberta.
well, so simple.
All of that too.
Anyway, Adam,
Yes.
do you have a total in for our capital at this point from 13 million to what?
As of right now. 11,3. 11,372,500 right now, but we haven't gone about
11,375?
11,372,500. But we haven't dealt with roads yet either.
let's see
Okay,
the difference.
all right.
So we will adjourn for today and we will reconvene tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Is everybody okay with 1 o'clock?
I have to journey to Toronto tomorrow morning for a medical appointment, so, but you guys can, I'm sure you carry on.
I maybe should, well, I'm not sure if I'm done, but off the, right?
Do we wanna have a different time?
Unless we wanna finish it tonight.
No, Richard's gotta go planning board and,
Well, I've already canceled my appointment.
okay.
Morning at 10.
Would you prefer morning?
Or intend to find it.
I'm fine with the morning, I don't care.
I can't do tomorrow.
Dale, are you all right?
No, I'm traveling to Toronto.
You're traveling. Great. Okay.
I think we'll have to move it to next week to be able to bring Dale in. I'm not opposed to that. Monday's good enough with me.
You wanna do it next Monday?
Sure. What's everybody's schedule for Monday at 10?
I'm good.
All right, let's do it Monday at 10.
Okay, next Monday at 10.
Don't have that much left.
No. Cause it's just a lot of no's to go anyways.
All right, motion to adjourn.
I'll give you that one.
Come on, Dave.
And also.
Oh, right.
Everybody's second go over there. Ron scheduled day off.